they're all starting to look the same or whatever. With the various chain stores or whatever, but they all look the same, sort of.
Oh yeah, we're the same. And because a lot of the stores are shutting down within the high street, it's only the major chains that really remain. So you have the same, you have Starbucks, you have the fast food joints,
Greg's.
Greg's, yeah, yeah. It's the same. They just, it's so bland. There's no
Yeah,
diversity, should we say?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, man.
Do you kind of get the feeling that the culture might sound like an old fogey by saying this, but the wider culture is suffering, like that? There's no sort of lifeblood of, how do I say it? Like, I don't want to say dissent, but like new energy, if you know what I mean. Young, vibrant, challenging old ways, like that. It's become a bit, how do I say? Like they're following the line.
Oh yeah, definitely. When I was in the music industry, I noticed that no one would, I mean, just even in terms of musicality, very few people would go out of the comfort zone and try and do something different. And it was either, they would always pick a niche, but as well, they would, I mean, utterly follow the party line. Especially, for example, the needlecraft. It was the party line they were following. They would never go against the government. It was staggering for me because, I before I got into the music scene, I grew up listening to a lot of the 60s and 70s bands and even the 50s bands. That sort of rock and roll rebellious nature. I'm thinking this is great. I'm surrounded by like-minded people that, despise the government as much as I do. No, no, absolutely not. They're and I remember actually having a discussion with several of them that I was pretty green around the ears, and uh, I never had another discussion political in nature after this. I remember I brought up something about, I can't remember, it was some sort of, I think it was one of the local councillors. It was some sort of scandal they're involved in, and they just, oh my god, they shut me down right away, like it was some sort of heresy to say that the councillor was corrupt, which he evidently was. It was all over the local news. But yeah, they just wouldn't have it because obviously their ideology, which was left wing, was tied up with this councillor in the party, and it really blew my mind that they're actually collectivists. They're not actual individualists. They may feign individualism just as a sort of fashion, uh, uh, a fashion statement, if you will, a false one, but a fashion statement. But they're not real individualists at heart. Yeah, it's sort of shattered an illusion for me. I don't know how it is in your local music scene, but yeah, over here it's like full of basically bootlickers.
Yeah, I think it's the same here, to be fair. Like, I mean, yeah, it definitely would be like it. I mean, it's very hard to maneuver. Like you'd say something if there was like, I don't even see the lifeblood particularly coming up. That's the more worrying thing. Like, it'd be something if you say, right, there's a lot of independent creators who are not getting a chance because they're not, they don't have the rubber stamp seal of approval of what the dominant culture is, so they're not getting a shot. But I don't actually, I don't see any, how do I say this, lifeblood, really. I think the culture is sort of stagnant, like, a little bit or a lot. And so I can't it's not vibrant. So it's kind of worrying that the wider things we talk about from time to time, and we talk about stuff breaking down and whatnot, and society breaking down, but like probably one of the more possibly worrying breakdowns is just mediocrity, sort of an abject grayness. It's like a slow motion. It's like that line in that T.S. Eliot poem. This is how the world ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper. It's a kind of an old whimpering end, So the thing I worry about or think about is perhaps that the youth's culture is dead, really, and they're too conservative. Not conservative is the wrong word, but they're too compliant. They're naturally compliant. They've acquiesced sort of completely, and there's no sensibility of no notion or instinct to develop another voice. There's no ethic there of what you might have called the punk ethic, but back in the day, you know what I mean? It doesn't seem to be there, particularly in Ireland. But Ireland would be a very small country anyway. But I mean, it's more worrying if you say it's the case in the UK, because the UK, like, you're talking 60 million odd people, you know, with a huge tradition in various cultural music movements, music being, you know, a good example of that, and that there doesn't seem to be, or it's not getting through. You know, it's subverted. It's all in the underground, and it's quiet, and it's, you know, guys and gals playing in basements and small clubs around the place or whatever. They're not getting a deal or ever going to get a record deal. They're trying to do stuff themselves. But even at that level, I find like metal would be a good example of that. That metal, which on paper should be the most rebellious sort of the rock and roll art forms, is itself the most compliant, streamlined, normalized forms of music that there is. And you're like, oh, we're metalers, and you're like, it's worryingly communistic.
Oh no, absolutely. And by the way, I would actually say these people are conservatives. They are,
Yeah.
in essence, they're the left-wing equivalent of the radical conservatives of, say, McCarthyism. And I'll give you an anecdote. So the producer we work with, and again, this is why I don't really do as much gigging now. I generally just don't really like the people, and it's because I mean, they're really staunchly like middle class, but like that. I hate to use this communist term. They actually are literally bourgeoisie, that type of bourgeois, decadent, middle class, right? And obviously, I'm from the working class, so my sensibilities, and especially because I was writing the music, came out in that. It was a kind of angst against the wider society, and sort of putting a mirror in front of them. And in many ways, it was satirical, but it was subtly satirical. I didn't outrightly insult the society, but I put it into allegory, metaphor, poetry, regarding the maladies of society and what was causing it. And of course, I did have a certain spirit within me that really exclaimed, to hell with this rigid dogma of modernity. They didn't like that. So we were always sort of on the fringe. We did get a following, but we were always on the fringe of the sort of local music scene and the art school scene, if you will, the middle class scene. But my producer, he's still gigging. He's with a punk band and a metal band, but they are quite rebellious, and they hate a lot of this left wing, quote quote, progressive. It's not really progressive, but whatever they call themselves nowadays. And he stated that because of his stance against the previous crisis narrative and all of the de rigueur that went along with that, and also other issues that you have to be on board with or you're a heretic, they were actually banned from certain venues. They were blacklisted from venues, and it was only his business partner, because he runs the studio with a business partner. The business partner who's more left wing, but he's sort of open minded. He, in essence, got talking to a lot of the venues, and he says, "Why have you banned my business partner's band from playing?" And they stated that because of his stance on the previous crisis narrative and some of the other stances that he takes on social media, we've banned him. So you've got that sort of culture this pervasive culture of censorship, and if you do not comply with the orthodoxy, you're branded a heretic, and you're made to wear the yellow star. It's so sick. I mean, this is literally a culture in a death spiral, and you're totally correct. The youth, there's nothing. There's literally nothing going on. I noticed it as well. Literally every band that was coming out was either that sort of, indie sound, um, or they may, in some of the more densely populated areas, you would have maybe rap, but like that sort of grime British rap. But they're very cliched. There's nothing really pushing the boundaries. There's nothing, dare I say, going against the government.
Well, it's like the cliche became cool. I, you know what I mean? I was playing. I played in like a stoner rock band slash kind of doom band, and like for me, like I wasn't ever big into for me it was just a chance to play the drums, yeah, with like big slow heavy beats, which I kind of liked doing because it came off like John Bonham, I suppose, in Led Zeppelin, where you're playing a big heavy backbeat, and for me it was just sort of a progression of that type of thinking. So I thought I was game for it, and we played for a while, but like I was like, why is it? It's stoner rock, right? And by that point, I kind of had some views on cannabis. Really, like I kind of viewed it as being promoted, like there was a soft promotion going on, and I kind of had a political stance on it. I was like, I think what they're trying to do is dumb down the youth and keep them, numb. So in the back of my head, I was like, I'm not really down with this kind of stoner terminology. But the band I was in, like they were promoting, like they would have like cannabis leaves on stage, a big cannabis flag, and the artwork and the lyrics was all about smoking weed and all this kind of shit. Like, and I remember saying to the lads, I was like, um, you know, like I can't. I enjoy the music and playing with you, but I cannot stand over this bullshit. Like, why are you promoting this horse shit about smoking weed? Like it's some sort of a fucking achievement. Like, I didn't have a problem with anyone doing what they want to do in their spare time, but I just couldn't understand the promotion of it. Like it was the flagrant sort of display of it. Like what's the point of doing that? Like, I mean, I don't want. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm here to just. So it caused a big rift in the band, and eventually we actually fell out over it. Like, because I wasn't kind of backing down from it, but like, the wider picture is like. You just want to play music, but then when you look at the genres, especially in rock or popular music, you're going, well, what message has been promoted here? And it's kind of like the Seattle thing, the grunge thing. They're all suicidal heroin addicts, and like I grew up loving those bands and still do. But now at this point, I'm looking back on what the fuck? That's some dark shit, like pulling the trigger of a shotgun and blowing your head off is dark. Who are these fucking people? And fast forward to, whenever I suppose that Caius, the early 90s, spawned that whole stoner genre, desert rock, whatever you want to call it. But like now suddenly we're promoting fucking marijuana like it's a thing. Like it's some sort of fucking achievement to put something in your mouth and spark it up and take a drag of it. Like that's an achievement. Like I was like, fuck off. Like what is this shit? Like, And, it's when I think about people like, Joe Rogan promoting the acid for the kind of God experience. That's more of that fucking bullshit, like, It's just I think they're promoting substances and they're trying to fucking repackage it to make it look cool, and it's just a load of bullshit, like, So like I don't know, it's pretty worrying. Back to your point, like I would love to see some sort of virulent expression coming from young people through music that would be political and that would kind of encapsulate the kind of sentiments I think that we have, or the sensibility that we have around the way of the world. And maybe it'll come, I don't know. But it's rather worrying, as you kind of say there, that it doesn't seem to be that grassroots, those sparks that can create a kind of a flame, or that they don't have even that temperature of, the system is a load of bollocks. It just doesn't seem to be there. Like, but then you wonder, was it ever there? You know, you look back to bands like the Sex Pistols back in the day. Like they were like, how close were they to the industry? You know, to the industry moguls who created them, as you know what I mean. And you listen to people like Alan Watt, your fellow countryman there, late Alan Watt, and he said, look, nobody makes it in that game who hasn't been absolutely picked in advance, and they're shaped and molded, and there's nothing happens by accident. Like, so
I remember him talking about that. That was just at the time when I was starting to get into music, and I knew then. I was like, well, you know, because I was in the working class, so the only way I could see of trying to get out of it was, what you do either through sports or music or acting. I don't know, something like that, entertainment essentially. But so I sort of took the plunge anyway, just to see where it would go. But I realized pretty early on that there's a certain flavor of bands or musicians that they require. For example, he brought up the fact that, well, he was a songwriter for these bands, but he said he got out of it around about the 80s or so, and he said you saw it. He said it went from the long-haired sort of classic rocker, Led Zeppelin, Leonard Skinner, and he said overnight they were trying to pick effeminate men, homosexual, flamboyant men, again, because they were pushing that new romantic stuff and the thing even previous to that as well, within the early 80s.
well, that was the most bizarre art. Like, there's a band I'm very curious about called Japan. They're British, or kind of early 80s, I think, probably late 70s, and I think there's some brilliant music. I mean, if you can get your head away from the propaganda of it all, if you know what I mean. But this new romantic kind of gay, how do you, like? I think Bowie probably started this kind of thing, or he was one of the main. Where you're like, asexual kind of trans. I don't know what you would call it, like half man, half woman kind of fashion stance. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
like a hermaphroditic almost,
There
yeah.
you go. Yeah, exactly. Hermaphroditic, as you say, and like you're kind of going. Like I kind of think like in Japan, there's a great bass player in that particular band by the name of Mick Kern, I think was his name. He's a brilliant bass player, like playing fretless bass and like doing some fairly intricate stuff on pop music that'd be very, very unexpected, very outside the box, like, very cutting edge kind of stuff for its time, and still is. But like Mick Kern also adopted this, futuristic hermaphroditic kind of, cut the hair up and dyed it blonde and no eyebrows and kind of, and you're looking at him going, you're not gay, are you? You're just not gay. You're just putting on this because some fucking A&R man has told you this is the way forward, lads. You know what I mean? We need you looking, you know.
Oh yeah, they push these bands. I mean, these bands are pushed. Even they're pussified as well. But the I'm noticing it as well. A lot of the indie bands that are getting through, they look like absolute wimps.
Yeah.
Total wimps. I mean, they dress like wimps. They've got half-mast trousers. They have ankle socks. Some of them wear Crocs. I'm not joking you.
Mm-hmm. What they pushed here a lot in the last, I don't know, 10, 15, maybe even 20 years was the singer-songwriter. And it was like a male archetypal, bloodless, borderline suicidal, fucking emasculated, oh my god, watery, diluted fucking, like, they just pushed this thing, and it was like there was one after another of these guys, and they were just like the band scene actually in Ireland in the early 80s was pretty decent. There was a lot of small, like semi-independent or barely signed to small labels bands who were fucking half decent.
You had even in the late 80s, you had a great deal of punk bands as well. Alternative Ulster, Stiff Little Fingers, and all that. Superb Irish bands.
But yeah, there were it just, and it's like, I'd be pretty down on critical of my own country, so it takes a lot for me to admit that there were decent bands around, like, but like they just choked the neck on that, and they brought out this archetypal weepy, like fucking, as I said, dilute fucking male, and there was so many of them. There were like an army of them coming at you. You know, they were like snipers. Every time you turn on the radio, you hear this watery drivel coming out about how the girlfriend left him and everything's sad and oh, isn't it terrible?
Totally get what you're saying. They had that sort of emasculated, very effeminate, again. It's what's that singer? Forget, like Passenger, almost like Passenger. That very high pitched. It almost sounds like a woman. It sounds like a man serenade in a very effeminate manner. You know, wishy washy, should we say? But yeah, we had the same plague of screeching locusts like that as well through the scene.
But you see, it's like, right, everyone likes music, and you listen to, you could have someone who's a proficient musician or a brilliant musician, but yet they're pushing stuff that's kind of through a propaganda slant on some cultural godforsaken, you know what I mean? You're kind of going, look, it's good, I can listen to it, and it's actually not what you may call bad music in a sense, but why are you pushing it through this drivel filter? Like you're taking an angle on something. It's either you're pushing dysfunctionality or you're pushing sort of an emasculated thing, or there's some angle on it that's like, this isn't just a straight creative process for you. You've either been picked or you've been, it's strange, But it begs the question. Then you look back along and you ask yourself, you go, hang on a minute, what have I listened to growing up? What did I, and you start to go through the bands you listen to or the artists you listen to. And one by one, you sort of have to reassess them, I think, now and go, well, who are these fucking people? And like you're surrounded with this culture and constantly bombarded with it. So at the time, especially when you're younger, you don't necessarily have the capacity to delineate what's real or true and what's, some sort of it's been pushed for some reason, or it's, you know what I mean? Like Zeppelin might actually be a kind of a case in point, in a sense.
Oh yeah. Well, he was extremely effeminate as well, was he not? Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely that with Plant, and you got Page into the occult, supposedly into Crowley and co. You got the rest of the band allegedly into heroin, and Bonham dying from alcohol abuse, etc. And you're kind of, then they ripped off the like a lot of it came on the British blues explosion. So they were kind of they were coattailing off a lot of the American blues music, really.
Yeah.
The Stones as well. You know what I mean?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So you're kind of looking back on,
Is the culture a lie, basically?
Yeah. But I think it was one of those guys, Alan Black, or one of those guys says, look, it's great propaganda, but it's still propaganda, if you know what I mean. Like the fact that it is, some of it anyway is propaganda. So, but it's brilliant. It's like a film that's got like subtext in it that's trying to push some agenda. Like the film might be brilliantly acted, great script, etc., well shot, captivating movie, but it's still got that propaganda undertone. So it's still propaganda, albeit good propaganda. But Bowie as well, another very sinister character, very weird. He's
a Kabbalist.
Yeah,
He's a outright Kabbalist, absolutely.
I'd say they had him by the balls as well, in more ways than one.
Well, if he had any. But yeah. No, absolutely. Oh no, he was totally controlled. I mean, as well, what we have to remember is that was the age of decadence. When this secret empire takes control of this sort of host, or they build up the host, they do it in 7 stages. Or I mean, it can be subdivided into more stages, but there's primarily 7 overarching stages, and you will always have the age of decadence and decline. Then will follow the age of collapse, which is typically sudden. And as you say, but when it occurs, really at that point, they've ran out of the fumes of the zenith of the civilization, which occurred a century or 2 previously. I mean, we're literally in Britain, we're living off the fumes of the British Empire. Everyone hates it. but you're really living off the fumes, not of its economic or financial impact, but of the cultural impact, the impact upon the identity. You know, without the British, quote, quote, British Empire and the monarchy and what have you, there really is no Britain. We just revert back to being Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England, and Manx and Cornish and what else, whatever else.
But it seems then that Britain, like Britain, has a dark night of the soul ahead, really, to try and reassess itself. But like it's in a very weird place because, I think you probably rightly point out there, part of its identity is empire, or if not all of its identity. So if you remove that, then who are you, like, really? And but it's ironically part of Ireland's problem as well, because a lot of the Irish identity was what was not British, or at least some aspect of the nationalist aspect of the Irish identity was literally defined by being, I suppose, being not British or being against Britain or being, formulated in the cauldron that was empire. But now all that's gone. So who are you now? You woke up and then the next morning and you found yourself in a multicultural society where the empire was no longer a thing. It didn't exist anymore. And you're like, what the fuck happened? Who am I now? And I think it's very disconcerting for people because the transition has, as you say, kind of has been a sharp breaking, a snap moment with the past, and we actually don't know where we are. I think in lots of ways.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We're lost in the wilderness. We're strangers in a strange land, and it's you're literally walking through the valley of the shadow of death, and people are just in a total stupor. It's it's like what you're seeing with the de-dollarization. That they say that is occurring. I mean, they will eventually pull the pin on this civilization. I mean, they've already really moved a lot of their activity over to the new host, which will be in the east. The Oriental abode. That is what the previous Crisis play was all about. That was the final sort of death knell of this host civilization. But yeah, there's nothing there because they don't want anything to be there. The entire thing, and this is it. It's the great rock and roll swindle. That all of those bands from basically the 20s, the swinging 20s, all the way through to the sexual revolution and all the way to the logical conclusion that it's brought us to now. Basically cultural death it was all planned, it was all engineered, it was all designed, it was all well funded. That's why bands that go against the establishment, that try to shine a light on the illusion of it all, they get shut up. They don't get the record deals. They don't. It's even painters, any artist really. Art's an extremely powerful thing, and the thing is, you're saying, where do we go? You're totally correct. This is the reason Ireland and Scotland and a lot of these Celtic nations had a bardic tradition, because the musicians were the storytellers, and the stories were what infused the lifeblood into the culture. It's what kept it alive, healthy. Without that, it really is just an animated corpse. It's a zombie. And this is why they destroyed the musician. This is why they destroyed the art, or the artist. It's why they destroyed the filmmaker. They don't want the truth that art can provide to the citizenry, because the citizenry through that art become informed, they become motivated, and put it this way, for example, with the Easter Uprising and such, a lot of songs came on the back of that, a lot of poetry. I forget his name now, I do apologise. Podrick
Pierce.
Podrick Pierce, yeah. A lot of poetry, lots of songs, a real great patriotic fervour took over on the back of music, of storytelling, of a reigniting of the sort of folkish tradition. Now we could argue if that was engineered or not, but it's a sort of case in point to show you that art can motivate people, like religion, really. Religion. That's why religions use art to push their message. It's extremely powerful. The songwriter can can rouse men to war, can rouse men to anger, and I don't think people truly realize the power of art and literature and all of this.
But the art I'd suggest is a sort of an expression of a healthy culture that's in a position where it can communicate how it feels. It can express how it feels. It can say, you know, the art as an artifact needs to resonate back with the society. It's not something that stands alone. It's kind of completely disconnected from the mechanisms around it. It has to be a faculty of the cogs and the machinery of the social experience, like, if you know what I mean. So it's kind of, but I suppose the point I'm trying to make is that we don't have, as far as I can see it, a healthy society really that's capable of expressing itself, and by default then capable of creating a healthy art which would evoke change. So the whole mechanism has sort of broken down, if you will.
Yeah, that's a brilliant point. They're mute to the healthy art. They only want unhealthy, not art, but pastimes. So like TikTok's taken over, and that's another thing. That's why I
Bread and
thought
circus.
bread and circus, yeah, but as well, even with musicians, that's why music's dying. Because if you can go on TikTok and make some stupid little dance, with your friends and act totally fake, and uh, like a puppet, essentially, puppet on a social string, if you will. What's the point of learning an instrument for 10 years, or pouring your heart and soul into sitting in your room lonely through your entire adolescence trying to learn an instrument and trying to connect with your soul and pour your heart and soul into writing songs, when you could just go on TikTok and make a 10-minute, sorry, a 10-second video, and become a viral sensation.
But like, I mean, I can remember like pop music in Britain in the 80s was seemed to be very healthy. Like there was lots of different types of acts that were, they seemed to be sort of independent artists who were discovered and had come up through pop music, and there was just so much sort of diversity in the sound in pop music in sort of 80s Britain, really. But like if you turn on the radio today, like it's like, what the fuck happened? It's like somebody hit the normalize button and everything just became El Blando. I don't know if it's the production or what they're putting the stuff through, but the pop music itself seems like incredibly bland. Like, and I suppose dance music, in a sense, didn't help because everything was based on that pump and bass drum, and that automatically, it's like it's difficult to deviate from that if that's this core of the music kind of thing. But even like the female pop singers are like this, just it sounds so normalized and like quantized and average. Like it doesn't deviate too far from anything. If you compared, if you took a cross section, I dare say like the top 10 or top 20 of today and compared it to like, I don't know, 1983, 1984, you'd see like much more deviation in the sound amongst bands, in that, in a top 20 kind of cross section in like 1984 to what you would have today. Today you could see that they all pretty much sound very similar. Like, they have that cinema, that cinema sound. Like if you go to the movies and they've got whatever the ads are coming on, they've got that hyper pushed kind of bass thing. It's like a scoop. I don't know what the hell they're doing with it. Like it's like you hear it on adverts as well. Or you're watching something on YouTube and the ads kicked in and it's like this big boom of bass coming on. You're like, oh, here we go. You know what I mean? It's kind of, it's had the,
It's predictable. It may,
yeah,
and this is the problem when you start to condition people based on a familiarity. What happens is you destroy their horizons. You begin to narrow in the cage
yeah,
of their
yeah,
thinking. In many ways it's like a form of chemical, or should I say sonic, actually, but it's really is, it is akin to you're sort of medicating the society, right? They do it. They also do it via pharmaceuticals, and they also as well do it through propaganda, meaning other forms of media such as information. But through strict art, they also do it as well. You're totally correct. It's all the same. It's the same. It's because they use the same technology. They'll use the same, in essence, computer generated. They call it auto tune, but it really is computer generated vocals, because anyone can sing through this auto tune software, and they'll all come out sounding the same. So in essence, you're producing the same song over and over and over and over again. As well, producers, I mean, this is the sort of dirty secret of the industry. A lot of producers actually steal melodies, and then they'll mask them via, different instrumentation. They may start to layer up other sounds on top of that stolen melody. Again, a lot of the songs are just ripped off. There's very little that's creative about it. And it's because it is producer driven. So a lot of the artists aren't actually artists. Do you notice they don't call them musicians anymore? They call them artists. They're not even musicians. They're basically just front. They're like the politicians. They're just selling the brand. They're not even real. They're just the face to the brand. It's such a fake society. I mean, it's so. I'm not being old fashioned about it. I mean, I'm what, 26, 27. So, I mean, I'm fairly young. I still make music. I can just see it because I'm in it. I see I see the industry really. I'm at the bottom of it, but I see it. Yeah, I mean, there's very very little redeeming qualities about it.
But like, if you were to like compare today to, say, Thatcher's Britain, when the punk, and I'm not trying to say punk was virtuous by any means, but what I'm trying to say is there was more. It seemed like more of a DIY ethic, or at
Oh
least
no,
an
there was
individual's.
vigor there.
Say again.
There was vigor there.
Yeah, there was vigor. Yeah, and it was a sensibility of, it was post. It was a society that grew up after World War II. They were the children of, the 50s and the 60s. They understood still what had happened. They'd have some instinct of it deep down. So they still had the capacity to rebel against that sort of thing, because they had the counterpoint. So that punk ethic, I'm using the word advisedly because I don't have an alternative. It seemed to exist there, and the sensibility, like the poll tax riots, Thatcher's Britain, all that kind of energy that was in society was very alive at that time in Britain. And it was very healthy kind of a thing, really, like, in that, as you to use your word, there was vigor there, like, and great sort of movements and music and kind of culture sort of stirred, I think, at that time. But it seems now that entire vigor it's been absolutely, like, society is in a eunuch status. It has been castrated. It has had it's infertile. It's barren. It's like it's just totally fucking normalized, and it's like, it's very worrying, I think.
I would say as well. I mean, even this may sound absolutely out there, but even the disco stuff was extremely. You would have the people going out to the disco, listening to basically Saturday Night Fever-esque music, right? Even that was anti-establishmentarian to a degree. Even the bands who claimed to be anti-establishmentarian, they were all for all of the various crisis events, including the one that started in 2020. Some of them are even for, let's just assume thermonuclear weapons exist. Let's take the official line of it just for argument's sake. They're for thermonuclear exchange with Russia. They're entirely for an offensive war with Russia over the crisis play of the Russo-Ukraine conflict. It's just so baffling. But anyway, even the disco thing, it was sort of anti-establishmentarian. You would go out to the disco, you would forget about all of the politics, everything. You wouldn't let the media get you down. You wouldn't let the government get you down, and you'd go out and have a good time. That's not really there anymore. It's like every arena you go in now is political. And I'm not joking. I was going to nightclubs, and they would still be talking about pride, and people would say, "Well, that's not political." Oh no, it's it's extremely political. So our first lineup, we had a communist in the band. He was part of the Socialist Party, the youth wing of it. And we also had a few other bassists that were, pretty much left wing, varying degrees of radicalization. But, I was always sort of I didn't really want to play Pride. I didn't want to play any of these political things. We did a few charity gigs for the homeless, but that would be as far as I would go in terms of, politics or social issues. But yeah, because we didn't play Pride, there was always that, there was that heresy looming over our head. And and you couldn't just go to a gig and enjoy the music and have a good time. You had to constantly be pushing a message. So when the transgender thing took off, they were all doing that. And because we didn't, you know, you stand out a mile. And so like, can't we just go to a gig, have a good time, and create good music and enjoy human company? It's so, they call me old fashioned. It's instead of all the baggage,
I remember having to do the youth service in Ireland. Would be very guilty of that kind of trajectory of thinking. Like, I remember having to do a job, and I won't kind of get into the specifics, but I had cause to go to one of the youth center music. Like, they have music facilities whereby they're funded to cater for young people who want to play music, which is a good thing, right? So there'll be a room, there'll be drums in there, keyboards, guitar amps, bass amps, a PA, a stage, and they'll be able to run little gigs for people, for kids, really, for teenagers, whatever, and give them a chance to play or whatever, and gather and have a bit of fun. But I had to go in there to do a job, when there was no one in the hall, kind of thing, one day. So I went down to the hall, showed up, somebody let me in, and I just couldn't get in the door for rainbow flags. I mean, there was rainbow flags everywhere. It was like they're hanging off the ceiling, they're hanging off the walls. And I was like, what the fuck? It reminded me of 1939 with, you see in the early 30s, fucking Berlin or something with the fucking swastika flags. You're like, fucking hell, man. What's the story with the rainbow flags, man?
So I started off playing playing like youth clubs, the local youth clubs, and that. When I was young, we had LGBT History Month, Black History Month. I mean, can't we just have the Everyone History Month? I mean, it's meant to be a nation, supposedly a multicultural nation. If it was multicultural, why why would you take single groups, isolate them, and say, well, we're just going to choose them for this history month? And not that I even subscribe to the category of white. I don't really even. I mean, what really is
It's a
white?
bullshit political term, is what it is. It's one of those bullshit
Well, you would just
psyop
say you're
language,
Irish,
like. I don't even I can't even identify with that anymore. I don't know what that means. But with the different, like, I think we touched on this before, and look, it's a kind of an important academic point, and I'm not claiming to be well up on it, but it goes back to that Frankfurt School, the tyranny of the minority thing, where there were, where the Marxist prediction for revolution in society had not happened. Right, so the Frankfurt School academics, a lot of whom, by the way, from my understanding, were French, in the 70s, sought to try and understand why had the revolution not happened, and they kind of came to the conclusion that materialism and consumerism had made society sort of flat and stagnant, and incapable of generating the energy needed, the momentum for the revolution. So they sought to tactically stir the shit and find the divisions or the fault lines in society. So that's why they made a beeline for gay people, women, people, black people, anyone who they thought might have been pissed off by the current system. So they sold it as, hey, this is your rights. You've been stood upon, and you've been undermined by this horrible society around you. But the subtext, the real motive, the Trojan horse kind of thing was that they were trying to. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened there, but no, it was just it was following what was the tyranny of the minority as as identified and promoted by the Frankfurt School as a way to reinvigorate the revolution or stir the shit in society. That was a tactical kind of a political thing that they developed in the 70s. But that mentality was then taken by globalism. And that's why we get this promotion of the fault lines, including LGBT, including feminism, including and kind of taken out in the postmodernist kind of concept into non-personages, into things like disease, into things like climate, where you can have fault lines so really anywhere you can find friction to promote friction in society, and they're really using it as a manner for control. But it's packaged and sold as being to your benefit and to help you and support you, because you're being being admonished by the system or the society around you. Anyway, that was just a quick note.
Spot on. The only addition I would make to that is when I was researching for my first book, it seems this group, this, if you want to call it a secret empire, they seem to use the same modus operandi. So I would say that cultural Marxism and globalism, even capitalism as well, for for that matter, I would say they've all been invented. They're all really part of the same tree. They're part of the same root system. And I mean, for example, within Rome, it was the same sort of decadence. They used the same thing. Obviously, they were using a patchwork of German tribes who detested Rome to then say destroy the Latins. Obviously, now it's a patchwork of minorities or so-called minorities. Some of them already, natural or existent and have been weaponized. And some of them were just created out of nothing. For example, transgenderism and even the sort of radical homosexual groups. I mean, they've just been created out of thin air. You did, of course, you had homosexuals in society. I'm not denying that, but this sort of that flagrant, violent, even territorial homosexuality. That was I don't really think that was there. It's assumed that it was created sometime in the sexual revolution era.
Yeah, that it's just literally a mythology. It's just a creation. Oh, geez, I tell you, it took like around the time of the COVID and the Ukraine thing in Ireland. Like, we have local authorities all over the country here who are the local government offices, and every county around the country. And I marveled at the time. In front of every government office, you had a rainbow flag and a Ukrainian flag flying high. And I just thought to myself, that took fucking doing. That took some doing. Like, that was some marketing campaign, or that's one seriously vulgar display of power, to have a unanimous adherence to this narrative, and a complete absence of any type of public debate, reasoned debate, completely absent. It was just absolutely remarkable, I'm still dumbfounded by it, and nobody batted an eyelid, it seemed. But it's fact, as somebody made the point on one of the forum earlier on there, this hyper normalization kind of scenario. It's like everyone's looking at it and everyone's looking at everyone else, and nobody says anything. They just kind of nod, emperor's no clothes kind of scenario, and just walk on, just say nothing. And it's like, Jesus, man, this is weird.
The problem is when people take the path of least resistance, which they inevitably will always do, they're going to reach the destination of most resistance. That's the problem. And when they hit that end of the line, the entire illusion will come crashing down eventually, and it will hit them. It'll either be the illusion will crash down physically, or it will crash down mentally and spiritually, and it will affect them, you know. But you're totally correct. They just invent these traditions. They invent the lie, you know, and people just go along with it. Of course, the rainbow flag that has alchemical and also esoteric connotations, but it's a sort of ritual of mockery, actually. In many ways, it's the inversion of the sort of chakra system. You'll notice the violet is on the bottom of the rainbow flag. It's upside down, actually. It's inverted. So the chakra would always be at the top. That's the mind, the Keter, the crown, where God resides, the dwelling place of God within us, right? That is inverted. It's almost like the pentagram, if you will. The spirit isn't at the top, it's at the bottom. Matter is elevated above the spirit.
That's a really good point. That's right. But also the fact that black and white are not included in that, you know what I mean? So it's like nothing's black and white. Everything is this spectrum of randomness that they just can spin off.
Oh, absolutely. Spot on. Totally spot on.
But I'd never heard the inversion, what you said, the inversion of the colors of like the sort of the chakra system. I'd never heard that said before. That's interesting.
I was looking into that IPEC Go, doing a breakdown of it. I've been looking into loads of things, the Vedic traditions and such, and yeah, it's really quite eye-opening. A lot of what we're seeing now, I knew historically that this group had a link back to northern India, around about 4,000 or 5,000 years. Again, the merchant class, if you will. I think in one of their traditions, or the tradition that they seem to continue on, their god brought them the invention of ships, right? Again, the sea, maritime. You have the Phoenicians, the Venetians, and all of these various maritime empires, and the merchant classes that go along with it, the Radhanites, for example. But you can trace them all the way back to northern India. It seems this idea of monopolization, centralization, I mean, the wanton disregard of morality and moral standards in the pursuit of power. It really it seems to derive from there. Obviously, going back further than the Amorite invasions of the old Babylonian Empire, around about 2100, 2200 BC, though they were first recorded, they are within 2600 BC or so. They are most likely linked to the Indo-Europeans of the north in terms of Asia Minor, and even up to the Caucasus Mountains and such. But the Amurru kingdom and the Amorites came from what is present-day Syria, eastern Syria. But before that, you can trace it all the way back to northern India, to the Indus Valley civilization, essentially. And before that, to Atlantis itself, for this pre-catastrophe civilization, this fabled civilization within prehistory that had a world empire. That is what they seek to re-establish again, the New Atlantis of Francis Bacon. He coined that term within 1627, and obviously the New World Order is the new term that they use now. But these terms, the New Atlantis or the New World Order, implies that there has been a world order previously, or an Atlantis previously as well.
Which was interesting because that the northern parts of India are sold to us in the West as the most spiritual parts of the world. You know, it's the origins of Buddhism and just the power of the Himalayas and that in general.
Not to say it's not spiritual. I'm just saying these people take a certain slant of it, and have distorted it.
Well, for sure, but like for instance, I for one reason or another, I decided to go to India a few years ago, about 10 years ago maybe, and it was mainly Nepal, but a trip I took up to the north of India and went to sort of like the place where people go to, you know what I mean, like Rishikesh and all that sort of thing, whereas, you know, Beatles have apparently done their whole little journey there and that sort of thing. But the characters you come across there, all these mostly English and Europeans and whatnot, they're on these journeys, these spiritual journeys, and that, and which I wasn't really attuned to it. I didn't quite understand that was what was going on up there, sort of thing. But meeting these people and the sort of judgment that was cast upon myself for not being there for those spiritual journeys they're taking, or their yoga retreats they're doing for 3 months or whatnot, you know. So I very quickly got met with this sort of egotistic, self-fulfilling spiritual journey that these people were on.
I gotta say, man, I spent a bit of time down there myself back in the day. You know, we traveled around for 6 months all around India, but a fascinating place.
I didn't do a lot of it, so I don't have a lot of resource to engage with that.
But I
It's
mean,
quite limited.
we were largely clueless, like a couple of Irish lads with backpacks, no clue about anything really. We just knew we were bumming around some country. You know what I mean? So, but one of the places we ended up actually in was down south in near Chennai. We rented some motorbikes one day, and we somebody said there was a compound that it was run by a cult, but it turned out to be actually Madame Blavatsky's Theosophical Society have their grounds down there. So at the time we knew nothing, like we were clueless about any of these. We didn't know what the theosophy or anything like that. So we were just buzzing around the cult, kind of scaring, spiritual people in robes, kind of flying past them on, 125cc, Yamaha or motorbikes, whatever. But it was a great, fascinating place. But Silas, I didn't realize that there's a connection there from as you said, a merchant class, that there's some connection with the north of India.
And it plays into it plays into a bit of that sort of how we theorize of the sort of potential underlying power coming from the true north, wherever that central true north is. You know, it's kind of connects into the landmass of all the Siberian, Russian sort of areas that are very questionable in themselves.
Well, I know the National Socialists back in the day had a big interest in India and Tibet because they were trying to find what did they call it? They had their own society for archaeological or kind of research around the peoples, and they had sent parties down there to Tibet to try and find out. You know, they were into this kind of Aryan Sophic. I can't remember they had a specific. You know, they were funded by the party to go down and do research to try and find out. You know, was there some origin? But I remember, I don't know, was it Tessarian or someone else saying separately that one of the theories, perhaps for the caste system, was that there was an earlier sort of pre-Diluvian migration or post-Diluvian migration, and whoever they were landed down to places like India or whatever, and then implanted what was caste, what was really a kind of a form of what did they call it in South Africa? A kind of apartheid. Kind of racial apartheid. And I remember, yeah, I think it was Tessarian, or you might know about this, Silas, that there was some mention of it in Egypt in the hierarchy of the royalty of Egypt as well, were supposedly red-haired and blue-eyed. There was some mention of that somewhere along the line as well.
Oh yeah, it's in essence, it's this idea of Atlantis. Now Atlantis, there's been many pre-catastrophe civilizations. That's what I've sort of figured out. And this Atlantis, along with the Tower of Babel, along with all of these other various sort of deluge myths, right? And it doesn't mean there was, but potentially there was. I mean, some of the geological evidence from the potential sites of Atlantis show that there was some sort of mass deluge, a flash flood, an anomalous flood, especially within the eye of the Sahara region, which is one of the prime suspects for prime suspects for Atlantis. So but it potentially it could all be metaphor, right? History that's been mythologized. That this submersion could be a submersion into the abyss, into the watery grave. There's this idea as well when a culture dies, when people are in essence in slumber, they're not lucid anymore. They're not. They don't have the vigor or the vital essence within them. You see it now, right? It feels dead. There's a sort of deadness to the air. What a lot. I mean, pretty much all of the various ancient cultures, what they stated was when you died in that state without, in essence, thinking, right? When you were just a husk, you were huskified, you were, the Cliffot, as the Kabbalists say. You went to Hades, or you went to Helheim, or you went to this sort of abyss, and you went there to this cold, freezing place, to this place of darkness, right? This sort of smoky, liquefied darkness. And you went there to sleep as you sleep in death as you did in life, right? Now, again, that could be metaphor as well, but what I think it's talking about, the submersion. It's a submersion into this death, into this 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 sleeping death, if you will, this sort of abyssal waters. I think that's what it's talking about. Again, that's just a theory of mine, but
There's a couple things on that. I think it's that one that's quite a I suppose it's quite a mortifying way of looking at to exist and then not to exist, in a way, like with the language in that, I suppose. But also a lot of that, like you're speaking of, different ancient cultures that seem to point at the same thing, is that I think a way of rationalizing that is that it is potentially one thing that did occur, but from the perspective of multiple cultures retelling it, if you know what I mean. I mean, that's quite a simple way of explaining it as well, but it's kind of makes sense. It makes sense in a big way.
no, I agree. I agree. It came from a common source, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely correct on that. It's a retelling. They're just passing it down from a common source, probably from this. Let's just use the term Atlantean, from this Atlantean source or pre-catastrophe source. Even in the
No, that's all right. I was just going to add, it's just, it's similar to just that, our own tale of everything seems to come back to the source in some way, so any of these perspectives seem to be a perspective of the source,
oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Our minds seem to, if you think about creation or etiology, the beginning of things, and even in the end, the eschatology, our mind always seems to drift towards similar concepts in terms of describing it, because our mind, generally as a species, if we engage it, it really finds similar solutions cross-culturally, right? Because our mind functions similarly because we live within this similar sort of environment, right? I do think as well, in terms of Plato's telling of the Atlantis story, and you find this within Manly P. Hall's work as well. He gives a sort of account of it within Secret Teachings of All Ages, and a few other occultists, where Plato stated that prior to Atlantis engaging in the First War, right, that they went around the world attempting to subjugate the entire world to their religion, that they converted them all to their way of thinking, right? So again, this explains why a lot of the religions throughout the world, I mean, from Mesoamerica to China, pretty much have the same gods. They have the same symbolism.
Could I throw a devil's advocate, not a devil's advocate at it, but I suppose like a slight argument towards it is, could that not be a more I don't know, like a more positive twist on it, that it was more of a harmonious society worldwide, if you know what I mean? So what pre-existed wasn't as if a certain group of people had manipulated others to think in a certain way or whatnot. It could have been just a harmonious situation where then a great catastrophe occurred, and therefore since then there's been like a fragment of cultures retelling the story.
It does mention that. It says that in the beginning, Atlantis was this, sort of world order, and it was benevolent. It was the people who were at the top of the sort of apex of the hierarchy. They were wise, right? They were wise sages and what have you. And then they became infected with, I forget the term they use now, but they became wicked. Wicked, a nation of wicked magicians and sorcerers. This is this idea of, in the end of Revelation, I think it's Revelation 19, where it talks about the fall of Babylon, Babylon the Great, where it calls them whose merchants were the great men of the earth, that nation of wicked sorcerers who are, pharmakeia, right? Obviously, we have pharmaceuticals. It's the same word, sorcery or poison making as well. So we see a retelling of that in Revelation 19. But yeah, it became corrupted, became twisted. A way of looking at it psycho-spiritually is that they transitioned from engaging their rational soul, and they transitioned to engaging their irrational nature, right? So if you think of your body as a tripartite entity, obviously everything below the abdomen is hell, or the subterranean realms. The abdomen all the way up to the solar plexus, and in essence at to the top of the spine is the earthly realm, is Midgard or Midgard in the anglicised form, and then obviously to the dome of heaven, your skull, your mind. That is the temple of God. Yeah, that's heaven, the heavenly abode. So what the state is, or what I've found, is that idea of the I am that I am, right? I am was in the beginning, right? It's that which is the sort of source, as we would call it, right? The initial thought, the initial point of everything. That is the I am. And us upon
I
this
am
earth.
Atom.
Yes. Well,
So they all seem to ring.
even
Yeah.
as well, yeah, the Lord of the Rings that's another thing as well, yeah. With the Vedic traditions, that you have 7 rings that surround Earth, right? Again, these are metaphorical. They're to do with archetypes. In terms of the initial source, right? I think it's called the Beyond of the Beyond within the Vedic tradition. That also has 7 emanations, or 7 rings that emanate round it. So again, the Lord of the Rings, 1 ring to rule them all. In our case, in terms of the planetary genii, it would be us, because we are the thing that provides existence to everything, our perception. So we are God upon this realm.
Absolutely. And adding on that, the whole kind of the story of Lord of the Rings is like the journey of finding the ring and preserving the ring, that one ring that rules them all. It's, to me, it rings with the hero's journey that we all find ourselves on, of finding the source of all this. You know what I mean? Finding who's behind all this, and it's kind of like, is our journey towards that? Like I quite often say, is the journey towards that also contributing to its existence?
Yes. Well, as well, it's and in the end, you will always have to destroy it. You'll have to free yourself of the artifact of the journey, right? Again, you
got to get to the center of the earth.
Absolutely, yeah. It's
or the center of your earth
as well. Even the I am links with the Om. The Om, the AUM, right? Within the Vedic tradition, the or it's again tripartite, Brahma, which is creation, or as you stated in terms of Lord of the Rings, would be the finding of the ring, right? And then you have Vishnu, the preservation or the savior.
What did you say? Krishna. Krishna.
Oh, Vishnu.
Vishnu. Right. Sorry. Yeah, Vishnu. Because that again, that rhyme to me. That rhymed with is Krishna, which is like their version of the Christ. Right?
Yeah. Christ is actually, funnily enough, another word for Vishnu is Savitur. which is basically etymologically linked to Savior. It's the Christ. It's literally the Vishnu is the Christ. Obviously, the Vedic tradition is far more complex. In the West, we're quite simple about it. We will always centralize and combine all of these various deities into one archetype. But within the Vedic tradition, it's again because it's almost like a psychological telling of the universe. They have everything broken down into its component parts. But yeah, the Vishnu, you could just think of it as the Christ. It's the preservation principle. If you think of it in terms of the zodiac, after the sun is, once the sun goes into the underworld, once it, sets, if you will, and goes beyond the horizon, below the horizon, as they believed, it would go into the underworld. It would become devoured by the darkness. But, or it would be consumed by it. It wouldn't be devoured by it. It'd be consumed by it. It wouldn't die. And eventually the darkness would hold sway, the devil would reign over the earth, if you will. And in the end, the darkness would destroy itself, and the Vishnu principle would come right at the point, at the rising of the dawn, if you want to think of it like that way. But yeah, and then obviously the Shiva is the final part of the Om, which is the destruction. So it's basically the Lord of the Rings. It's the hero's journey. The hero's journey itself is the universe and how it maintains itself.
And you look at what they did with Christianity and Catholicism, the hero's journey. So if you want to look at the hero's journey of Christ, the truth bearer, the light bearer, the do-gooder, if you play that role within society, the result of that ends up being the crucifixion. You know what I mean? So it's like, even if you were to play that Christ-like role, that archetype, that hero's journey, the story you're given is that it's you result in crucifixion. You know what I mean? It deters that path.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. As well, in terms of the crucifixion, I mean, this is the thing. If you look at, God, there's several passages now and I forget them. I have them in my notes somewhere. But even Christ talks about, I mean, some of the disciples even talk about it as well, if I recall Paul. But Christ, on several occasions, and by several I mean at least 5, he discusses the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, or the kingdom of God. The mysteries, he keeps talking about the mysteries. And he talks about, I'm paraphrasing, of course. He states that, to my disciples I speak plainly about these mysteries, but to those outside, I talk in parables, right? There's also other things that he states regarding that. They hear, but they don't really hear. The profane. He's talking about the profane that don't really understand the mysteries of this kingdom of heaven. Now, really, that shows that what you're reading in the Bible, it has to be looked at multidimensionally. So, as well with the crucifixion, that's a symbol of the cross. You could think of it like the horizon line is the material line, right? And the vertical line is the line between the subterranean and the heavenly abode. The intersection point between matter, or the material, again, matter like mater in Latin, mother, right? Between the matter and the heavenly, right? Or between the father and the mother, the intersection point is the Christ, is the equilibrium, is the thing that's produced from that, which provides balance to the universe. As well, you can look at it like, as again, I totally agree with you. The profane would look at it like, yeah, or I say the profane, the sort of one-dimensional view of it would be, in terms of the general public, would be, yes, you get crucified. Inevitably, yes, you do. You become destroyed. You're totally correct.
I just meant more on the sort of subconscious level. You know what I mean? Like if you're putting that your perceived attitude out there that way, in a sense, it almost gets met with I don't know, a belief of deception or something. You know what I mean? Like it's not, like it's almost false. It's almost fake, because to believe it too hard would be, too impressionable.
Yeah, I've been looking into this a lot. Sorry, man. I went on a sort of esoteric rant there. I do apologize. Yeah.
No, but it was good, because even when you mentioned like the mysteries sort of thing, then Jesus' perspective of the mysteries and whatnot, there is an element of, like, say, the Kabbalah and sort of Freemasonry, of that seeing themselves as that, like the bloodline of Christ, or doing Christ's work on some level, playing the God.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. There's another point as well. I mean, I'll just be really quick if anyone else wants to jump in, but the Christ and the Vishnu, they're also seen as the nous in Gnosticism. Now, the nous is basically, it can be translated as the mind, right? So, again, everything derives from the mind and from the initial thought or thoth. So, everything that we see is provided existence because of being, right? Or it's provided existence because of perception. So in essence, it's in many ways we are the creator and also the destroyer and also the Christ.
For sure. And even the when you said matter before coming from mater, did you say?
Yes, mother. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And therefore, like, so when we say Mother Earth as well, in a sense, but my ter, for me, kind of sounded like you said my terra, as in my land, my
Oh,
territory.
yeah.
And then when you can find these connections all day long, can't you?
Through everything, all the language, all the stories. I mean, it's a repeating conundrum of the paradox itself, that creation was created from in the first place.
It's almost like there's more meaning in the tone than there is the actual
like even
lineal letters.
Think about the Christ stories are all in parables, and then its creation came out of a paradox, right?
But para, what does that mean? That means more than one?
It can mean a whole bunch of things, because it's also the definition, as far as mathematics or arithmetic, it's the parabola,
the parallel to, so it probably means more
parallel.
Two, or two ones, two singulars.
But the parabola itself is like the never-ending exponential lines that define like derivatives, antiderivatives. If you want to talk about like the sine wave of life, right? They're made of parabolas. That's what the snake is in the sine and cosine wave. It's unending parabolas over and over and over again that reach peaks, or positive and negatives would be a way to look at it, just like temperature. Temperature is what it is. Whether it's hot or cold is only the perception of the observer. Really, it's just one thing. There is no hot or cold. There just is, right?
And this gets into the idea of Maya or illusion, and even gets into the idea of the demiurge as well, or again the Dharma Raja in the Vedic tradition, literally meaning the king of righteousness, right? That this demiurge character, and you can think of it like the shadow within yourself. That is we're seeing now. It goes from creation. It goes from people wanting to live a peaceful life. There is a sort of demon inside of them that seeks their own destruction.
Say the word slower. Say the word demiurge slower.
Demiurge. Oh, yes.
The demon urge.
Yes. The demon's urge. Yeah.
It's your own.
Yeah. I never thought of it like that. You're absolutely correct. Yeah. Yep. The urge of the demon. Yeah. But again, because the Dharma Raja has that Dharma Raja meaning king of righteousness, you need the destruction to thus purify the path, right? To thus understand the value of that which you lost. Again, that's a paradox in and of itself, that human beings really should be rational enough to understand, the value of peace, the value of the civilization that they have, the value of the status quo, and all of the complaints that we have about it. And again, it is corrupt now, but it wasn't always the case. For example, in the 50s, why did people opt for greed? Why did they opt for, or not really people, but the ruling class? Why did they opt for greed? Why did they opt for exploitation? Why have they created this sort of culture of exploitation? It is a look at social media. I mean, if that's not exploitation, I don't know what is. You've got these influencers and the sort of vicious circle of exploitation that they're
That's
constantly
exactly what it
circling
is.
around. Yeah.
Yeah, it's exploitation of our psyche, basically.
Oh yeah. Brilliant way to put it. Absolutely. I totally agree. Yeah. And as well, it really can be defined by that, that sort of caricature. You've got the angel on one side of your shoulder and the demon on the other. It's a constant battle. We are a schizophrenic species. In fact, consciousness itself is schizophrenic. It has to be. Existence is schizophrenic. It has to be for it to thus provide itself its existence. So being can only exist via friction, right? You can't have fire unless you have the friction along with it to provide it the spark.
Yeah. Which is why the only truths you really do come across is when you meet a paradox.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the irony of that right there.
But I mean, even adding to that as well, the definition of madness is the belief in paradox. So you can only really get to truth via madness because the entire world is mad. It always is.
Sure,
It always has been
it
mad.
seems like you can only get to madness via the truth as well.
Yeah.
And a paradox within itself.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. Yeah. Yeah.
It's both. It's both at the same time, if you ask me. It's both comforting and discerning. It's like, phew.
Well, it's terrifyingly comforting. To put it that way.
Comfortably terrifying.
It's very comforting for me. I could tell you that. A scene in like Armageddon, that famous movie, Bruce Willis and stuff. I think Owen Wilson says it the best when they're like on the rocket, ready to go to.
He always has the best lines.
They're. Oh yeah, for sure. And he says, he's like, I don't know if I'm 95% excited and 5% scared, or 95% scared and 5% excited, but and I like the line itself is like a paradox, but it makes sense too, because that's literally like,
and it needed his voice to say it as well, if you
Yeah.
ask me. There's like a certain tone in that type of voice.
Yep.
that drills it. Yeah.
that's with actors for sure. Like they play the same roles. I've been really digging into that lately with the girlfriend too. She's been knocking it out of the park lately, and just like, no matter what actress you watch, like, if they played, they're the bad guy, the good guy, watch their emoticons though, because like it's identical. They just play the exact same person who they are in the world.
That's because they are that person.
Right. That is the core
yeah.
that they were created to be, or whatever.
But what do you think about, say, characters like, for example, this Owen Wilson? There seems to be a bunch within Hollywood and the outskirts of Hollywood that seem to be able to pick, I don't know, more credible roles without sort of going too far or too sellouty or anything. Someone like Owen Wilson, he's always with interesting directors a lot of the time, playing interesting roles. You've got to wonder where's their position within those, those circles? Do they have more say because they can pick more, intelligent human roles rather than tacky Hollywood roles?
Yeah, I think same with Zeal and Silas. When I first got on, we're kind of going through like the music side of it, and as far as everything they were saying, it was pretty much the same stuff going on here in the States. kind of the idea that back in the 50s, 60s, and maybe prior, music was pretty good and had a lot of talent and all this other stuff. And then in the 80s, it was rock and roll and all this rebellious age. And even like our local garage bands and clubs were playing, local bands were coming out with these great, albums and CDs. And obviously, there was a certain point, though, where you have to sell out. And like, why were these all of a sudden these strange points on like either gay or trans or whatever political things that were coming out and with the albums? I think in Hollywood it works exactly the same. It's one big radio, TV. What's the difference? It was the same people who came out with these inventions throughout the ages for us that were given. These are all givens for us. From our side of things. So when I look at it, I see it as the ones who have more say and can who seem to have a little more freedom, we'll say, and can kind of call on certain groups at will without so much as a slap on the wrist type of thing, or ones that can choose their roles, it appears, at least. They're family members. They're in the bloodline. They're higher up. They're tighter in the circles. Just like you're talking about with Lord of the Rings.
That's why there's three Wilson brothers, isn't there? So that clearly that family
the Baldwins are the same. The Wahlbergs are the same.
Baldwins,
we could go on and on with the current actors now. All have fathers or mothers who are semi sort of famous from other eras, right? In various departments. I mean, like Jack Black's parents are NASA space engineers. The ties just go, you've seen the big spider webs that people have put together with thousands of various organizations and ties, and how there's only a handful of companies and 2 investing companies in the world, So I think it's the ones that are just you're more bought in. And there's actually a DJ radio host out of California. I think his name is Al Rashid Yashalov or something. He talked about the black underground Hollywood, because if you look at the black community, especially in Hollywood, look at how much they just get shit on. They get the shittiest movies. It's all they get the repeats of repeats. They put their actors in the worst. It's almost like they have the worst managers on purpose. I would just say that obviously their family bloodlines just aren't as high up in the Queen's realm or in Vatican. And that's where you see the ones that are up top, like Jay-Z and Beyonce and stuff, but they're still slaves to the system. They're still right. They're still out there pushing whatever they're, and that's where I think Silas, you were talking about TikTok earlier, and it's that's where they've taken away the creativeness completely. You can steal everything, and now all it is re-imaging. What's funny is with this Chat GPT and some false identity, fake people creation generator software, they don't even need people anymore. They can start just chopping out these fake AI people, say they're real, and they can have these things acting in movies. They can have them traveling the world without spending a dime, right? It's all digital shit. I mean,
yeah, absolutely. But again, that's their world though, and those that want to fall for it.
Right.
If we choose not participate in that world, it just doesn't affect you. It's just so irrelevant. It's not funny.
I think we talked about as far as we're even stuck in our own bounds, how we're tied to the society. It was kind of set up and how we were born into it, sure, but do we really need all this stuff? Can we just run to certain areas of land and try to make it on our own? Absolutely. The only thing stopping us is pure fear. I bet we would so,
yeah, but it's pretty tied up from a bureaucratic level. You know what I mean? You would face the bureaucracy of how the system is set up. no matter which way you go, I feel.
Well, they show you that in a variety of ways. Like there's a particular Family Guy episode where they find that the Griffin House's land isn't like zoned in the United States or whatever, and he he starts up Pretoria, and right, they bring tanks to his house and stuff. And that's
And
where
but
I
they
feel
even,
that's all
yeah,
fear. I mean, yes, they can actually do that,
totally.
but
But they do it in Hollywood too. I remember a few years back there was that film of was it Mr. Courageous or something, Mr. something. But you know, him taking his family away from society and out of school and homeschooling them in the wilderness and all that. But the end result is the propaganda element of it. You know, it all turns to shit. It all turns to hell. If you take this path, if you choose to be truly free and liberal, you know, it'll result in madness and chaos and death and whatnot. You know, so there's always this deterrent element, even in the most. Yeah.
well, and they've made a reality of it. They've killed all these scientists, or at least put the stories out there where it's like in the UFO community, they've had people come out and say stuff, and then they, found them strung up on a doorknob, and then they've had people in every single intelligence agency. You can find somebody on BitChute right now. We can start searching and find a story from a Navy SEAL, a Marine, your British military, your Australian, your Chinese. We can find Illuminati, 33rd degree ex-Masons. We can find, right? Like they put all
But again,
the stuff out there.
is all this not just as equal agitprop, so agitative propaganda to deter the
That's
path?
what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think most, if not all, is agitated propaganda, and it happens at a very small level in a reality. I assume it's just not in circles that we experience. Outside of those of us who have touched any sort of like $10 million contract.
Oh, it's Psy-war. I mean, in the way psychological warfare or Psy-war is effective is because it's incremental and it's over a long-term time period. And again,
It's
multi-generational, absolutely. And
100 years.
hundreds,
at least,
yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
But, to be honest, with what they've done with the West, it took them in Rome. Now again, Rome had, supposedly according to the narrative, the historical records, let's just assume they're correct, it took them at least 3 centuries to bring Rome to, I mean, really decadent and obviously down to a collapse. Now, of course, Rome was a behemoth at the time, even comparative to the American Empire today. So, with what they've managed to do to the entire West, really the Anglo-American heartland, right? Culturally, socially, I mean, even psychologically, on an individual level and on a collective level, is, I mean, it's really, from a purely psychological warfare standpoint, I mean, it's pretty amazing what they've done, how they've managed to do it in, what, less than 100 years, really.
3
When you think
generations.
about it. Yeah. It's staggering how effective they've been. They've literally brought the civilization through decadence, through the stages of decadence in less than, 50 years, and then now we're heading to probably the collapse, yeah.
I think the main strategy there has been to operate more within the sort of perception management game than the actual having to put on any actual you know what I mean, like without having to act out any of it. As long as they've got the perception amongst different cultures and society in general, these things have occurred and do occur, then that seems to be more of a powerful, more sped up approach than actually having to do it, if you know what I mean.
Right. Like, I think it was said earlier about art and art being an artist and all these things and how truly influential those things are. And so, really, if you can just show that a Million Man March is happening somewhere without actually putting in the work, right? Wouldn't you just call that art?
You just need to call it a Million Man March. That's
right.
it.
You don't even need one man, right?
There you go.
And it's like
But
the
that's how
silent
powerful it all
weapons
is,
for
I think.
silent wars, or that
Yeah.
type. It is like truly a psyop, a total mind war to a point that, like, look at the state of the world. To me, like, everyone in my area just looks confused. Everyone's very confused all the time. Nobody knows which way is up, down, left, right. Nobody knows if they're supposed to hold the flag up that day or not. Nobody knows what color pants to wear, nonetheless, if they should even wear pants. Like, Walmart gets pretty wild at 3 in the morning. But, it's I think as far as like they literally took the keys of life and they just it's been totally corrupted. I see it as a natural part of the cycle. I think with the whole one deluge or multiple deluges, I would assume there's at least one total deluge at one point. But there may have been like other, it's like all of South America or all of Europe or all of Asia could have got hit with something, and the rest of the world had no idea, or they knew but just didn't directly feel any effect outside of maybe some loss of trade. So, and that's why I see there's so many stories. It's really hard to tell, but I think Hollywood kind of gives us some clues because I mean, as far as the like Matrix series had a lot of truth in it, I thought, and they talk about 5 or 6 resets, which could be surmised as like large deluge type activities. And then you have like, well, you guys were talking about it. I thought of the Boondock Saints, and there's like the battle scene with the father against his 2 sons, and they don't know who each other are. But the theory started off that
Cain and Abel.
the theory started off though with when the detectives are doing their the preemptive thing. The one guy's going, what if it was, the first theory was there were 6 guys and 6 guns against the 2 brothers. But in reality, what we find out later is it's 1 guy and 6 guns, right? So you could say one force with the 6 entities. We talk about that with the demiurge. Like, see how that plays out? And it's like, well, now you can play whatever angle on that story and confuse all of us. Like, who really knows?
Yep. Confusion, man. That's the key.
Yeah. Dissociative identity disorder was like the worst thing. Or split personality. That's I think been the ultimate goal of psychology.
Well, that's another thing. I mean, the main weapon that they use or tool that they use in regards to that, really inculcating that deep-seated confusion or confounding the populace. The main tool that they use is gaslighting, right? So again, they produce the conspiracy theories. we were mentioning it within the Guilders. In fact, Zeal mentioned it. It was brilliant points that he brought out, where he stated, for example, that that recent shooting, I think it was in Nashville, that village chapel or what have you. Some of the conspiracy theories surrounding that. They're talking about the shoes. Now, people are getting so wrapped up about the shoes.
Yep. He's got different shoes on. It wasn't him.
There's so many things going on, but everyone's focusing on the shoes. It's so silly. We know these events, should we say, are most likely contrived, but when you're looking at it like that, people are divided over shoes. They're gaslighting the conspiracy theorists, the mainstream media, the fact checkers. They're telling you, no, the shoes are exactly the same. When you can clearly see they're not the same. But that's been engineered for.
Yeah, exactly. They've supplied the conspiracy theorists with the resources to contribute to that confusion, if you know what I mean. So it's like, even though we feel like we're on the right path with our journey and journey towards truth and whatever, it's the amount of times you have to pull yourself up and question the idea that so many things that I base my perspective on this journey is clearly placed there as part of more shoes.
Oh, absolutely, and it's that idea of the Mount Doom. You have to throw away. You have to do like a spring clean, incessantly, to keep the house spotless, to keep yourself on the right path. You have to unlearn.
Oh, you guys ever do meditation?
Yeah, I do meditation. Yeah.
Because I mean, like the main.
Through music, like making sound, yes, but not by being still. But sorry.
No, I don't. I mean, I understand. I've done various forms where I don't even do the still form anymore. I actually do it while I'm walking around at work or all the time, really. But
Sure.
it's a spring cleaning.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's the key.
that's the part that you're clearing your mind, and that's where it's like a lot of the new age stuff. They just changed little tiny things, but like a ton of it has your base like Kabbalah, mysticism, and occultism keys. Like are all right in it. It's just they have these hippy dippy, gypsy type teachers, and the ones they promote, are the ones that are the most split personality and schizophrenic oriented. They're going to promote, the ones that make it the most confusing. And I had a dream the other night of flying with the sea doves, and that means that. And then it starts sounding like the wild astrological horoscopes, and it's so generalized. That's what creates the confusion. There's 1,000,001 answers, but there's only one for you, and I can't tell you what it is. You have to find, So it,
As well, it destroys the quality of what the mysteries are actually talking about, and it's about the mind and growing the mind. It's not about escape. It's about facing. It's about facing this head on and becoming equipped mentally.
facing the noose. You are the noose.
Yep, absolutely. It's about conquering yourself, really. Know thyself. You have to understand that the gods are within you, that you have all the power, that you create the existence that you perceive. And if you change your thinking, you change your mind, you change the world, right? And you change everyone around you. If people were to realize that, I mean, could you imagine the change that would come and the change that would stay and last?
Sure, but again, it leads into the paradox of that whole journey, because you do end up at that position. It's where, like, do I continue my existence under the impression that this is me doing this, or do I continue it under the impression that this is from external input and influence? But the only conclusion I can come up with is that it's both, and that's where it becomes hard, because it's like you need to act in both those realms.
But I think that sorry to cut across you. It may be a thing that people will have to realize that, because it's like the whirlwind of data and information. We're lost, okay? And I was watching this bushcraft guy the other day. He was talking about, like, if you get lost off the trail in the woods somewhere, how to find your way out. And what he did was he put like a high vis flag at point X, and point X is where you realize, right, now I'm lost. So you make that point X, and then he got his compass out and he started to march on the compass points. Say 20 paces south, go back to the flag. 20 paces north, back to the flag. 20 paces west, back to the flag, and so on and so forth. And he'd keep if he didn't hit the trail that time, he'd extend it to 40 paces, to 100 paces, and so on and so forth. And each time, but his flag dropped at point X, he'd keep going back to that as his baseline. So it's kind of like that on the consciousness thing here. It's like we all have to sort of reassert or reassess, or Silas says there, find the line within kind of thing. And there's a weird phenomenon, I think, going to be happening with human consciousness going forward, because there's, as Reagan says there, this dissociative thing. Like, it sounds sort of metaphorical, and it kind of is in a sense, but like the society really will become sort of mentally ill, in a sense, and probably maybe even in a real sense. It would become completely lost and uprooted. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's like in a, so as Silas says there, like, if only people would realize. But like, when do you realize, or what's your motivation? As the fella says, what's my motivation here? So at a certain point, either you feel sick because of what you're ingesting from the culture and society around you. So at that point, either you blame yourself, you think there's something wrong with you, or you realize that it's not you, at least not completely you, that there is input coming from around you. And at that point, then you make a decision. Hang on, I'm not on board with this shit anymore. So it's kind of like that dark night of the soul, where you hit the crossroads, you go, which way are you going to go? Um,
Sure, but again, it leads into the paradox of that whole journey, because you do end up at that position. It's where, like, do I continue my existence under the impression that this is me doing this, or do I continue it under the impression that this is from external input and influence? But the only conclusion I can come up with is that it's both, and that's where it becomes hard, because it's like you need to act in both those realms.
yeah, 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 you do. And you're right, because like, you're never fully off the hook. Like, at some point you signed the fucking contract. You know what I mean? You were the one who signed it. We signed it. Like, we did not. We accepted it, and there was some impulse in us that, and then you need to delineate that, and that's where it gets a bit, it gets disconcerting, because you're trying to,
And especially when you have children, because if you bring another human into this world, you are faced with the choice of, am I real about my thing and my way, therefore I have to implement this on this new being, or if I'm not well equipped for it, then you don't really have a choice but to place that child within the system again. So it's at that point you're really met with the true the crossroads you're speaking of.
there was Michael, he's a commentator on one of the other servers there. He's an American guy, and he made a stark comment the other day. He was talking to his own son, and his own son had decided to opt out of school. And Michael, he said, I couldn't believe I said it to him, but I congratulated him. And I was like, fucking hell. I mean, what? That's the modern world, like. You know what I mean? It used to be an education was like, the greatest thing. And now it's like, fucking run. Don't go near the fucking school.
But the irony is, it's a good thing that child would drop out of the school now. Like, that's a good
Yeah,
thing in
but
today's
this is
world.
it. But like, I suppose you have to reframe the
Even
terminology, because,
from
like, okay,
yeah,
Silas to me is kind of like a scholar. I get educated, or Reagan, or some of the more kind of, the guys are well read, and they're interesting, and I learn from them. So maybe it's the new school. You know what I mean? The new school is, maybe this is, we have to kind of reframe how we think about it, and the new education.
but I think everyone's learning from everyone
Yeah,
at the same time. Like, I learn from complete average
yeah,
normals every day. Like, and you got to have the humility for
yeah,
that sometimes.
totally. But it's we're heading into a very strange and interesting. Well, we are actually in it, but I do think that sanity is something we probably take for granted. Like, we're essentially, ostensibly, in a sane mode right now. You know, within reason, we can take ourselves with a sense of humor or whatever, a pinch of salt. But like, essentially, your actual sanity, is within a spectrum of, absolutely sane, and then at either end of the spectrum of, right, I'm gone a bit nutty today, or I'm a bit flaky, or I'm a bit, off kilter, or whatever. But like, I think that's going to come into to question. I think society, like, as you said, or maybe we're already in it, but it's going to have sort of interesting for all the wrong reasons.
I think it's more to the point where we're always in it. I would say, you know what I mean. I'd say it's like a constant thing, but it's yeah, it's hard because again, even these discussions right now is we're all allowing ourselves to give this whole storyline any credit at all. It's you got to wonder if even stepping away from any of this, would that be another development in sort of
Potentially at a certain point, because we'll say that this discussion right here, right now, feeds it keens an edge. It's sharpening the edge as such. But you may not necessarily forever, all of us right here, right now, would follow this trajectory of thought or conversation forever. Like we may arrive at a certain point where we go, okay, I now get it, and now I need to make a personal decision, or it has informed me to a given point, and I'm okay. I'm off. I'm going off on my own road, or we might be like the guys and gals in Alcoholics Anonymous who just spend the rest of their lives having to talk to a few fellow nutty conspiracy theorists.
that's that's what worries me sometimes, is that's the kind of thing that's been set up for us. You know what I mean? Like we've got these platforms where we can do this. And are we more or less attending AA meetings right now? It's
Yeah, we are to a point, you see, but you see, this is again, it's a kind of catch-22. It's because we are human, and we do require some sort of social interaction and some sort of, at least most of it.
and it can only be a good thing for this sort of energy to be put out there, regardless, into the
Yeah,
ethos.
but as you kind of anticipated there, we need to be kind of aware of the propensity for that we may be corralled or that we may be led, or you know what I mean? And like the shoe swap thing was an interesting one because, and again, we don't know the reality of what we're presented on a TV show or a news item, whether it's real or not. So I say that at the top. I don't know what's real and what's not. I only know what they showed me on the TV.
Safe to assume it's all nonsense, I would say. But
Well, I'll leave that up. Me personally, I sit on the fence. But like, if in the case that a traumatic crisis incident is portrayed on the evening news, and you have a serious continuity item problem in a piece of footage, like the main character's shoes suddenly change,
again, devil in the
like,
detail, isn't it? It's like,
yeah. But you wonder, like the conclusion I came to, if, and then this is it, if that scenario was, how do I say this gently, not real, that then it would seem to be fairly rational that the shoe swap was planted into the narrative, because there's no way, I can't see how you would make a continuity error like that, a basic 101 error. You make sure the only two scenes you have that your main character is wearing the same attire. Surely you can manage that, So if it was implanted into the narrative, and not to get too down the rabbit hole on this stuff, but if it was implanted, the next question: why would you implant it? So
well, again, the only way I would directly rationalize that would be that it's a complete fiction from the get-go. Therefore, it is the narrative rather than being implanted into the narrative. It's a part of it.
well, the angle I was taking on it is that it's a trigger. It was used as a trigger to literally bait the conspiracy community, or the, as you would call them, truthers, or whatever word you want to use, and throw it out there as a kind of a, for whatever reason, to get the AI to get some info on, public reaction to crisis news events, etc. Who's doing the investigations on, give you some data about who are the people out there who are looking at this stuff and analyzing this stuff, and how do they react to.
Well, 100%. That's 100%. That's correct, I think. But that's why I would consider it as easier. It's easier to rationalize that the whole thing is a creation, a made up. You know what I mean? So a made up story. So therefore, you can tell it however way you need, rather than having to actually put on an event and have the people behind it, the numbers, the actors, the this and that. You know what I mean? It's like it's the whole false flag versus psyop sort of angle. You've got the false flag of a real event, but being used in a certain way, or just it's easier just to create a story.
But I think it was
and therefore you
It
can.
was Silas who said at the time, he kind of said, I don't get caught up in that stuff anymore. I don't look at it. I don't engage. And I kind of thought, yeah, fair play. And you can see why. And it's back to this thing of being lost in the woods, because the amount of data you're hit with, like, it's disconcerting. You cannot.
But it's also the woods you've been given to be lost
Totally.
in,
Oh, totally.
you know.
Yeah, it's the what did the man call it? The endless reflection of mirrors, whatever he called it. He was the head of the CIA in the 60s. It was like, reflections of reflections, and you're just lost in that wilderness of mirrors.
Oh yeah, a dream within a dream. Is as I sort of alluded to within the Gilded server, this psychological warfare is actually mirroring, no pun intended, it's mirroring existence and being itself. If you think of existence, or the I am that I am, as the infinite mirror paradox, or the reflections within reflections, the two-way mirror and the one-way mirror produce, in essence, what seems to be to the observer an expression of infinity. So in many ways, it's like that. That's why I don't really get lost in it as much now. As far as I get to it is basically watching, like normie channels such as the Duran News or Alex Cristoforo, and he will literally it's literal headlines, just so I stay sort of abreast of what's the developments and such, what's going on. But I don't get bogged down into it, because the problem is when you stare into that mirror and you're looking for where are the reflections coming from, and you get lost in this stream of illusion that
you,
looks like.
you eventually see you.
Yes, and you eventually realize, oh my god, I've been looking in the wrong place. It's actually behind me. There is no infinity. It's an illusion, and you get lost in the news feed, if you will. You become numb to it.
It's an inwards infinity, like a paradox again.
Yes, absolutely. That's one way of putting it. Yeah, it's as well. It's bait and switch, really. And you mentioned, Zeal, about they're developing these alchemical psychodramas, or whatever term we want to use, to generate information based on the responses of the population, of various categories of the population, conspiracy theorists being one of the main ones. But really, I see this entire society as that. Even TikTok, obviously created by their new Oriental host that they're building up right now, that was generated by them for this specific purpose, to see.
That's such a laugh,
Yeah,
isn't it? It's so obvious.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, it's the short form video, the short form information, and it's done in a constant feed.
The camera angle of having the priest on stage, basically. The priest is on the altar delivering you truth.
And what I see as well, the end goal of this giant experiment, they call it the American experiment, for example, with the Republican style of government. I find that funny, but I think the end stage of it, or the end goal, the end game, is they're going to literally suddenly collapse this all. I do think that's coming. I think they're going to crash the financial system. I think it seems to be.
I think they're trying to. Yeah, I think they're trying to, but I don't think it's as easy as they would have assumed. Maybe, I think there's a lot of contributing factors that hold this whole thing up. And it's like, it's the only way to turn it all off overnight is to kill the internet, which just won't happen, because the whole system they've built around it relies on the internet. You know what I mean? So it's a.
Oh no, absolutely. They've been very. I mean, even they were trying to get rid of the small to medium enterprises. I mean, that was one of the main reasons for it. But I think that they do want that for the primary reason being, I mean, it's great data to see how a consumeristic society, a society that were nominally civilized, quote, quote, will fare in essence, what a post-apocalyptic wasteland. I mean, that's what it would turn out to be if you were to just cut the stream of that monetary illusion
Sure, but again, you can always bring it back to the origins of the word apocalypse. You know, oh, sorry, what do they call it? Post apocalypse. You know what I mean? It's the epoch is, you know, the revealing of truth, that sort of thing. You know, the, what do you call it? The revelations. But
Yeah, the revelation of the illusion. Absolutely, man. Yeah.
Yeah. It's all bread and circuses. I mean, to me, just look at the. I don't know how nobody saw what I saw in like. I think I was 7 when I figured this out. We went and watched the Lions play, the good old American football team from Detroit, pretty regularly. And the second that they taught us about the Colosseum of Rome, and I went to maybe my 10th game, I was like, motherfuckers, we're sitting in a Coliseum right now. And we have them built all over the place. They're everywhere, you know? And like, and you want to tell me these are only built in times of war is literally what they taught us at 7 years old. So I don't know. And my parents would always give me the stupid lecture with the rhetorical questions of, you know, 1 + 1 is not 3. And I'm sitting there looking at them like, no shit. We're literally going to Coliseums every weekend. And you're telling, you know, and then you want to get mad at me about throwing away a plate of food and tell me that Africans are starving in Africa. Right? Do you see how like the entire society we exist in is this giant hypocrisy of just
But
conundrums?
the content stuff, like it's really like playing to the gallery.
Completely.
Like it's cheap and cheerful. It's yesterday's chip wrappers, you know, scratch card, pay as you go content. Bullshit. You know, it's cheap plastic. It needs to be it. You know, there's no concern about the quality of the content. It just needs to be masses of it produced and spoon fed. You know, shoveled down the throat of the masses on a day to day, hour by hour basis. And like, you know, but it's like as if they bait the most, really the numpty mind, if you will, or the kind of the, you know, the gallery, the kind of the, you know, and I don't mean to talk down about anyone, but it's like there's a section of society really that has a hunger for burgers and chips as opposed to a decent meal. You know, there's a reason why that market is there. It's like the fast food version of data. You know, it's like what's happening? What's happening now? It's gossip, drama, bullshit. It's like, you know, God forbid if you ever ended up in a relationship with someone who was just intent on drama and fights for no reason. And it's like you know, there's a kind of a thriving on this because it's set against the backdrop of an intense, grey, mundane mediocrity. So it seems to be it kind of has a flavor to it just by comparison to the mundane nature of the society we're in. So it's like this cheap plastic mass produced garbage fucking, you know, dramatic bullshit is just it seems to take on a kind of a weird relevance. And it's captured that dumbed down social psyche. It's captured it, the imagination of, I think, of the society around us, like, you know. So that's why I think they're so kind of seem to be so molded by it and shaped by it and informed by it, like, because there seems to be an absence of whatever anything else.
It also turns into a sort of caricature, a novelty as well. This conspiracy, it turns it into well, it makes as you say, the contrast between the mundane life and this grand conspiracy that's after me. And it does, it really takes out of the realm of academia, or not academia, so, you know, a sort of scholarly approach to it, right? Remaining grounded. And it sort of, as you say, it propels it into the realm of entertainment. And as well, I'm just, oh yeah, conspiratainment, absolutely, yeah, infotainment, absolutely. And it's I remember back in the early days, I did enjoy watching, the sort of breakdowns of the false flags and, so that for a segment of society that have never really grown out of that juvenile, basal view of this topic, it provides for them a familiarity, right? A safe comfort blanket of the days pre-COVID, pre-Endgame, if you will. So, I mean, they jump on it like a bitch on heat. Do you know what I mean? It's so. I mean, they're so predictable. They're even more predictable than the normies.
And the product replacement, the product placement within it. You know what I mean? The advertising those two brands are getting. That's what I mean. It's just these are all made for the TV, movie, closed set, fucking productions. If you
It's
ask
the
me.
same with the Trump thing as well. That's another thing that they're pushing right now. I mean, just on the face of it, the US is and the Anglo-American Empire, really, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it literally is on the ropes. People's lives are going to radically change if even the mainstream narrative is going along this line. So let's just assume, just for the sake of argument, and people are focused on, say, Trump getting his mugshot taken, essentially, or the Vans, as you say, the shoes. I mean, people are focusing on insignificant things, and as well, it takes them away from their families. Right? Let's be honest about this. That's the most significant thing in one's life is their family. If you're not paying attention to your family and to the upbringing of your children, the society is going to collapse anyway. At least your small intra-society or your family will collapse. And people really don't. They don't focus on the things that actually matter. And that's the sort of maddening thing about all of this.
Of it myself, like in the last day or two, I was curious, why would the main character have swapped his or her shoes, and that particular incident in Memphis ended up in, I don't know, was it 5 or 6 people were killed. So this absorbed my attention. Yet I realized I gave no attention to the 22,000 reported homicides in America in 2022. I had no curiosity about those 22,000 murders or victims. I didn't ask any question about why that happened, where it happened, what was the impact of law enforcement, what kind of socio-economic influences were, was there particular, data from city to city, scenarios, what was the nature of crime, how much of it was drug related, gangland, gang crime. I had no interest in that. I wanted to know, were they Puma or were they Vans? It just grabbed my mind. And it's burgers and chips. It's like, it's like in fast food data.
It's totally artificial. I mean, not just in a civilizational sense. I mean, in a mental sense. The psychology itself demands that you check your brain at the door. It's a cult. It literally is a cult. And the problem is we have, just on that topic alone, the Panem et Circenses, the bread and circus, the Colosseum. You're absolutely correct. Even the football stadiums here, they're all shaped like Colosseums. And we have this sort of snobbish idea because we're looking at it with hindsight and, historical, ancient hindsight, retrospectively, actually. Yeah, well, that was, the Romans, their bread and circus. How could they fall for something like that? And you're totally correct. And then we go to the Colosseums every week.
But that's because they've convinced us that what was going on in those old Colosseums was savage and battle to deaths and this sort of thing. That I can see that just as propaganda.
while we're all engaged in hooliganism against the other side. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
Well, there's, what is that thing, Silas? They're like totems. That we've created these digital news items that become the sort of totemistic figures that we make sense of the reality out of. These plastic, digital, see-through, false caricature items, like the shoes thing, and suddenly that becomes the node for our understanding of the world, because the world is completely plastic. So we rely on these plastic totems. That, you know, the Ukrainian totem, the COVID totem, the LGBT totem, the school shooter totem, the whatever, you know what I mean? And it's like a complete load of little bullshit nodes that you're just hooking your consciousness onto, because it's all that there is to grab onto now is bullshit. You know, you're sliding down the cliff at a rate of knots, and your fingernails are trying to dig into the muck to stop you from going into the ocean below, and all you're grabbing these little twigs, because that's all that there is. You know what I mean? That's all that there is. I want to fuck. I don't care if the world's going to end. I just want to know, was it Puma or Vans? What's with the Puma Vans thing? That's all I can. You know, I'm hanging on to that little tidbit. Like,
Well, it divides us too.
it's like, you know, the plane is going to hit the mountain, but we want to know about the orange man. Is he getting arrested? You know, it really is a bread and circus. It's the same thing that the man. What was they said that about Rome back in the day, didn't they? I think Reagan put that up.
You're killing or having people fed to lions. That was the sport then.
But it could have been their form of football at the time. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, they could
Yeah.
have been literally playing soccer in that thing. And just, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Or their
Nah,
form,
I
right?
see that as
You
all
know,
just again
what it was,
over the
or
top, just
basketball,
utter bullshit, basically. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting at.
But that is like how you know, just like how they teach everything.
Yeah.
You know, for
Kicking rocks across the gravel.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. We take it all so for granted. Even a lot of the stuff we talk about, you know, take it for granted that Egypt was this and Rome was that and Greek was this. Yeah, it's
But that's where I would look at, as far as what Zealberg was saying. So, I mean, I really do look back to my roots where I didn't really enter into the video game realm right away. I mean, it was slowly fed to me, even though I had it all as a young child. So most of my youth I spent out in the woods. I was out. I grew up more in the country. A lot of my aunts and uncles they're out in farmlands. I worked on farms. Truly, anything I learned in life came from that. Those experiences that it was through self growth through it. Yeah, I mean there's other people telling me to go do stuff, but you go out and hack down a hayfield for 12 hours a day 7 days a week for, you know, at 15 years old, you're going to do a lot of self-reflection, and it's going to be a lot of self-actualization, realization. There's going to meditating and praying is like, just that's what I mean. It came through those experiences, because it was like how to survive that. You know how boring it is. Plus your body, you know, for anyone who's worked in construction or anything else, at 12 hours a day, every day, the first like couple weeks, I mean, you feel like you're going to die. Your body doesn't understand like 12 hours a day motion. It's never experienced it before, right? Which I'm sure we're not even meant to do, but eventually after those 2 or 3 weeks, it is kind of like this weird purification process where your muscle fibers heal and all of these acidic reactions are happening in your body and your temple, and you'll start moving on from that. And then that's where it's like, now it's a battle of the mind, because now you're going to be bored as shit out in the middle of the field every day. But it's where you truly learn. It's where you take the time, like we are right now in these type of AA meetings or whatever you want to call them. It's the reflective principles that we get to bounce off each other. I mean, because most of us, I mean, I don't know about you guys, I live a pretty lonely life outside of my communication with you guys, my work, people at work, which aren't friends. That's work, colleagues, associates. And then my girl at home, I don't really I hardly see much of my very large family that lives within 20 minutes of me, but all of them work every day or they go places or whatever. So, as far as like interaction goes, there's very little or little. It's a life of solitude, really. And without stuff like this, or without having that old understanding of when I did grow up, kind of living more the redneck barefoot country lifestyle, like that lifestyle is actually what I yearn to get back to, right? And that's where the true learning comes. And our society's so hell bent on get the degree to get a good job. That's what they've created. That is a government's wet dream of a society. I mean, you have to come and sign up for our stuff, pay us, and then we'll give you the certification in which we can start lending you money, essentially, is how the fiat system works. Right. And we're going to base all of that on debt, and we're actually going to outsource it to other countries. That's kind of where they put us, or how this whole thing's been created. But the truth is still woven in the fabric, and what you can produce and what we self-generate and create still comes from us regardless. I mean, they can do whatever they want in the digital and the paper world. So that's where I see we're just gonna, like, eventually we are gonna hit this wall. People in our society have already begun to not watch so much of this content. I'm starting to think the watch numbers of YouTube and BitChute videos are completely manipulated at this point, 100%. I don't think you have any real like dislike counts. Anytime you even see it start to get somewhat out of whack in one direction, it gets shut down. So it's like, what do the masses truly think right now? My gut internal instinct is saying people are starting to change, or see it, or awake, or and they're completely fabricating the bullshit and the narrative, and they've always had that power to control. They just haven't had to act on it. Our own masses were feeding that system. I don't think it is so much anymore. And that's why this whole thing with the shoes, I haven't heard a peep about it from a single soul in my area in the last week. I've read the headlines on BitChute. That's as much as I looked into it. There's not a single person here in this place talking about anything going on in Tennessee. People here are worried about what's going on in Michigan. People here are worried about what's going on with our industry. People here are starting to see not just the writing on the wall, they're starting to see the targets on their back. And like, that's what most of my staff is. All I've been getting is questions about what do I think is going to happen to this company. So that's where it's like, I think this whole purification's about to happen. People expect it to happen in a blink of an eye. The rapture mode has really pushed our society, and I think most people, into that hopium bubble that's going to pop. And that is going to be this purification, this blackening, essentially, I think is actually a good thing. I think that's the process required for people to realize the veils that have been placed over their society and what they believe it to be. Yeah. It's slow though. It's slow. It's not the blink of an eye thing is the trick. That's where it's like the way that human psychology works. If this is a battle of the psyche, of the mind, it's a slow process. And that's where I see, like, they're trying to create memes as the ultimate source of news. Where that's why they're making everything quicker and faster, but they've been doing it over the years, right? News used to be 60 minutes when they went to 24 hours a day, right? 60 minutes was the max. Then it was 30. Then it was 10-minute segments between adverts. Then it was 3 minutes. Now they want it just to be that, right? They want the image put up, have enough information to have the 1,000 words telling the agenda they want to push, and then you only have to add in some small subtext, right? And I mean, it's pure subliminal messaging while telling the victim that you're subliminally messaging them, and they're accepting it fully. It's like think like a Clockwork Orange. Instead of having to drag your victim to a chair and put eye openers on his eyes and make him watch a series of images flash across his brain to like program him, you're getting people in the society to do it themselves. You know, they already do. That's what I agree with Sean. It's already happened. People are staring at their phones at the dinner table. They're already staring at memes all day, every day. I mean, yes, we're subject to it too. But I mean, even as I'm talking to you guys, my screens are off. I'm not. I'm looking at the wall. I hardly ever look at this. Even when I watch stuff now, I don't actually watch the screen. I like listen to the audio. You know, like the thing with the shoes, like it actually helped a lot. I didn't even really know about the shoes the whole time. What I found out was that there was nobody else in the school, was one thing. The shooter's the only one in there on the cameras. So that's, you know, which again, it's a whole story and they could just be showing that as another conspiracy thing to go down. But that's why I'm like Silas. I've kind of got to that same, like, I watch Stop and Decoders in the summer. They're on repeat. They're like a broken record, you know. I like listening to old music. I'll go listen to the records, but it's not relevant to me anymore, right?
But Reagan, when you say that your colleagues are coming up asking you what's going to happen to the company, is that because they're just worried about the economy, or do they have a deeper like a understanding of what's going on?
No, we're screwed. I can't hold this place together. I've band-aided everything. I can't plug the holes in the sinking ship anymore. We don't have the budget. We don't have parts. That's what I mean. Like they know. Like we're not going to be able to produce parts. If we don't produce parts, we don't have jobs. So, whether they have a union or not, these people know damn well that the union's so bought in with the company that they'll slice these guys out in order to retain the union jobs, like the bureaucratical union part jobs, you know, because all those need to exist is other working jobs, so they can always cut out a chunk and absorb that money.
But what's the reason for the like accelerated breakdown of parts? Are you dealing with?
So I
like,
launched a lot of vehicle programs, right? So I went on the installation process where we assembled the assembly lines that assemble the vehicles. So putting in the robots that put them together. And then there's plenty of operators that load the lines with particular parts and positions. So on these various launches and through like I absorbed as much information from the older generations as possible because they've seen it all the way back to at least the 70s and 80s with most of the guys I worked with. So on their launches, typically we have like there's a lifespan to every tool, right? So like something like I'll just give some quick examples without getting too great into it. It would take days to explain all this, but so there's like these large turntables and we have these large presses. And I think you guys may have heard like presses for stamping. I have that in my building. I don't particularly work with the stamping presses, but we have Hemmer ones that are very similar. So these things typically like 10 years, they're rated for 10 years and 1,000,000 cycles. Usually Ford pushes them to 10 million cycles in 25 years has been my experience that I've seen failing back in 2010. Turntables are about the same thing. They're just big ass fucking tables. They hold all the parts and all these benches, and it's, you know, thousands and thousands of pounds or kilograms. Well, these things are basically they're two skateboard like wheel pucks with the ball bearings in between is kind of like the central motor mount that it sits on so that it's a free spinning kind of anti-gravity, you know. Well, same thing. These things are supposed to last 10 years. Well, I've had 5 hem dyes out of 8 and 4 turntables break. We just launched these lines back when I started here 3 years ago. So on a brand new install that we haven't ran our full production numbers the whole time because the whole COVID thing hit right after we installed and started running the first Broncos. I mean, COVID hit, we were shut down for 2 weeks. We kind of came back on the management side, but we didn't run much for a few months. Ended up delaying the jobs. I'm sure there's plenty of news articles. There's all crazy different things that happen, but so in the last 3 years, we may have only actually ran like a year and a half of production. So, the lifespan of the lines may be only a year or two old, and we're already replacing stuff that's supposed to last 10 years at rating, and usually we get 25 years out of.
So you didn't really know what you were buying. Like, you bought parts that were.
I have undersized motors, undersized parts. Companies have changed their specs so that they could make delivery to actually sell us the buy-offs. When we were launching the program on my side of things, I've never seen it the way that we were basically put in a dark room with the books and they just said, check all the boxes and sign your name. We never actually bought off on anything.
And what's your opinion? What's your opinion on why that happened?
We were in the dark on the Ford side. And even the vendors. The vendors were they just signed the books. They were told to sign the books by the Ford uppers as we were. And we kept screaming, right? Controlled demolition, destruction. They're trying to, I think what they're going to do is the Tennessee plants that they're opening, they're failing horribly and they need money. With our plants failing the way that they are, we're easy scapegoats and we're big sources of money. And that's where it's like all of my upper management, like my resume makes all of their resumes combined look like a kindergartner. Like they are the most incompetent, non-educated, 0 floor experience managers I've ever seen in history. I mean, these guys are, and they've been forcing anybody of any infrastructure or anyone that I would have, kind of looked to at least as like some type of mentor who actually holds these places together. They forced them all into retirement at the end of last year. I only got my one guy back, and he had to come back on a bullshit contract. He didn't get nearly the benefits that used to be offered back in the day. And that's what there's thousands of these things that could go on and on and on with all the different things that I don't have, based on the experience and all the things they've cut out of each of these jobs.
And what is your opinion on what the wider objective is if a controlled demolition is taking place in Detroit? Is it to move production to some other part of the US, or is it to cut the throat of automobile production in America, period?
Oh, they want to cut the gas, the coal, gas, basically what the country is founded on, right? Or that's kind of the whole industrial revolution. I mean, all the way back from the Revolutionary War up until the industrial, like it was all about the gas and oil and coal mines around here, right? And building the railroad. And I know we still are littered with a ton of natural resources. I'm sure they've mined up a ton, and it seems like everyone's traded with everyone. But I would guess they're trying to destroy that here and destroy it worldwide, because since we are so abundant in natural fuels here in North America, really, we have all sorts of stuff untapped that they don't tell anybody about, of course. So just like with, what was it? Was it the French Revolutionary War, where one of the Rothschilds, right, he brought the news that the king had lost and France had won, and then everyone stole all their shares of stock, and then the Rothschild family up for dirt cheap. Yep, yep. Okay, same thing. Same thing's happening. They always do the same plays, right? They don't have any creativeness to them. So they're doing that same play right now. It's a bait and switch, right? They're flaring up everything with the EV market and saying, right, Ford for sure has been the front along with Tesla as far as like we're going all EV. We're getting rid of gas vehicles, right? Take the USD out of the picture in the Middle East and Saudi Arabia and just fucking crush us over here for sure. The Western world decimated instantly. Switch everything to the rupee and the yuan. Okay. So then and yeah, I mean, they're killing the auto here. Boeing just stopped producing airplanes. That's like the only airplane manufacturer in the United States. I mean, they shut it down. So, and then they've been blowing up all these other food factories and stuff, obviously to propagate some sort of famine. So now, once you get all that, you've driven the price of gas and oil, which has been the basis of our economy and the entire, plane, right, for the last 247 years, give or take. Now you mine it all, you get it all dirt cheap. It's worthless to the rest of the world once you switch them all to electric and this, that, and another, which is secretly powered by coal and carbon fuels and all these things. But you have everyone going and plugging into some fucking light up station, and they think that they're saving the environment, right? They're not. Their carbon footprint tax credits aren't going up using their EV vehicle. Although we know in reality that much, much more gas and coal has to be burned in order to produce, manufacture, and power the EV vehicle. But yeah, it's a huge bait and switch. So, and like that's what here at this plant with the Bronco and the Ranger that we produce, we're a very small facet of the totality of just Ford, which inhibits many vendors and integrators and stuff. I see all the other places are doing the same though too. I saw it at Chrysler and GM and Audi and all the other plants that I ventured to over the last decade.
You're seeing like a sabotage thing or an internal kind of
internal sabotage. Literally by promoting like the weakest members and funneling out your anybody with any talent or actual skilled trades, or whatever it is. Anyone with actual value, right? Value added employees, get rid of them and promote your worst authoritarian brown nosing people who listen to everything you'll say, right? They promote the puppets. They want puppets. And it's funny because these guys they know that they're puppets too. I mean, right? Like they essentially have kind of agreed to some sort of deal in essence of like they know that they're not qualified for the positions that they hold. There's a certain level where I mean maybe they're dumb enough not to know, but I mean we had a bad breakdown last week and it's still kind of going on right now, and so I had my two biggest bosses for my area were kind of over with me over there for like 2 days. I never heard two guys of the levels that they're at say the stuff they said, like they sounded so depressed. Like I thought my area manager is going to go home and shoot himself. I mean, he was just like, it was depressing, Typically in that situation, they're sitting there screaming at you, trying to get it fixed so you can run and both of you keep your job. But yeah, these guys are like, they know they don't know anything. They know that they don't have like the background to even stand up to say or justify anything. I mean, I tell these guys the terminology and all the problems we have, and they can't even go and regurgitate it. They can't reiterate even what I said properly. you know, you know. So it's like they know that they don't know anything. They know that they're targets. You know, they have a time limit.
But just in summary there, Reagan, for the uninitiated like myself there, like the wider picture again is a takedown of the automobile industry with a view to promoting the electric thing, essentially.
Yeah, that's what I see. Which is a failing, you know. It's the whole EV thing, like just the basic numbers of it, like the material required in the world and how many people we have, and to switch over, you know, I mean, there's not enough of the materials to make enough vehicles for like more than 3 million people, I think. And then we're out. Like we'd have to start producing the lithium in some sort of fashion, which is probably a super destructive. You know, if you've seen the lithium mines, like that's the true, like they try to say coal mines do that to places. If you watch a movie like The Dukes of Hazzard, like they say, oh, this if we're gonna make it a coal mine and it's gonna look like this, and what they show you is actually like a uranium or a lithium excavation oil fracking mine, which does destroy and contaminate the local area and spread to surrounding areas and destroy the ecosystems and wildlife. Where coal mining actually is complete, like it's all tunnel systems. It hardly really touches, you know, the surface. Um, but that's just a simple picture flip, right? All you have to do is switch the word coal and lithium and show people the opposing pictures, right? That's a simple psyop, right?
But does this potentially link in with the smart city idea that you actually don't want people moving around that much? You know, you can't, we're not going to be able to produce enough electric cars for the world. But they know that. And do you have some notion that that they know that and they want people to stop moving around, that they want to sort of paralyze movement?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what they'll destroy these cities, but then they'll just, you know, they already have the preemptive infrastructure set up to build it right into what they want.
Mm.
We have half-built projects all over Detroit. There's half-built jails, half-built kind of condominium, you know, like setups, and there's all these like brand new, you know, within the last 10 years, completely red brick. I mean, stunning looking places, like right in the most garbage points of town, with 45-foot fences around them, and you know, just these very odd things that are like, why, you know, why would that be put there unless they knew something and they built that, predetermined that all this area around it's going to get leveled, and that's going to be like the primo, you know, spot. It's like yeah, I see
But
it as an
it
engineered
seems
destruction.
it seems such like an attack on like a core American instinct to build a car is like kind of one of the central things in America that I relate to American industry. Like it was like one of the pillars of employment and energy and engineering and progress. It was it's like part of the dream. The car going down the highway. It's such an American image, and like for that to be attacked, it's almost like it's a desecration of some idol or something. It's almost like a kind of smashing the altar, like of American energy, of workers as well, of the workforce, and the lifeblood of communities around that. That built America really. So to have, yeah.
The morale of the American dream is, it's the death of it. It's the murder. You know, like you said, that's like the modicum of America. I mean, they say it on every radio station here still, you know, Detroit City, the city that put the world on wheels. Like it's a regular daily saying, you know. Well, how do you kill a society, though? And that's like, as far as if you want to defeat the Midwest, take out our auto and our energy, because this is also Edison's stomping ground, Detroit Edison, uh, DTE Power. That's like the main power company here.
The John Lee Hooker song comes to mind, Motor City's Burning. But Motor City's Burning was written about riots that happened back in the day there, so it's probably loosely collected, but the image is the same, but it
Well, they already did it here, you know that, right? They already destroyed the auto industry here once and tested it out, just not in Detroit. They did it in Flint.
okay. I wasn't aware of that, no.
Look up anything to do with General Motors, 1980s, and Flint, Michigan. Totally decimated the entire area. They built it up and they fucking destroyed it. Just by moving the plants to Mexico. That's how they did that. What's that one famous documentarian that always does? He did. That was like his debut documentary, was calling out the GM.
Michael Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His debut documentary was about the Flint, Michigan, and General Motors and the Union, and calling them out for destroying that part of Michigan. Like, that was his first documentary, I believe, that made him, semi-famous or whatever he is. But yeah, I just see them. They're just continuing that cycle. They already planned it out and tested it.
This is a little aside, like, but it was just I was reading about the World War II thing, and when Hitler's army, they're defeated in Stalingrad. I was reading some of these famous battles that took place in the grain factory and the tractor factory in Stalingrad, which were big industrial installations. But some of those installations, I believe, for starters, right, the steel for those structures came from New York. So if you can imagine bringing steel girders for buildings all the way from New York, all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, all the way up through the Mediterranean, offload somewhere probably in Greece or overland through the Ukraine or whatever, and the whole way. So like, you didn't stop anywhere in the area to get steel. So that alone is kind of what? So secondly, you build these huge industrial, they're like little mini cities, a tractor factory, for example, but they had a lot of input from German, British and American engineers and firms. So a lot of the tooling equipment in the factories were, for example, German or British or were American. So lo and behold, like, this is the conspiracy theory part of my head. The bad guys fall in a factory that was built by their enemy. So you begin to wonder, what are the chances that they were lured down there, and they knew, that this was anticipated. But it brings up a whole other wider thing about sabotage, And I talked to that guy who wrote that book about Hitler, and he had this whole theory. His name will come in a second. That the National Socialists were funded from outside, and the Versailles Treaty had created the rot in Germany for that kind of nationalist uprising, and it gave the powers that were then the reason and opportunity to crush Germany forever and get them out of the picture, sort of thing. But anyway, it just came to mind there when you're talking about sabotaging entire industries and the scope of power. Really, like, how much power is in just a few hands when it comes down to the nitty gritty of industry. Ball bearings, cars, tractors, aircraft, tanks, munitions, weapons. Like, it's all steel, it's all iron, it's all machine items, factories, and it's corporate. And like, the further up you go up the food chain, it's in less and less hands. It's just a bunch of shareholders, and like, the power that you can have to make decisions to collapse. Like, I think that's really what they did in Russia with the so-called kind of breakdown or collapse of the Soviet system, as we've been told, or as we're sort of, as I believe anyway, that it was fragmented on purpose. It was a staged collapse, and they did the same thing that you're talking about, Reagan, with up in what's happening in your area with Ford in Michigan at the moment. They did the same thing in Russia, but the wider picture was to collapse the entire communist system from the Stalinist era to give the West the impression that the old enemy had died and gone away, or to kind of wipe the slate. So it's just the amount of power that they do have to collapse entire industries in a given area and or geographical area or a whole country or even an empire. It's a huge, and like it sounds far-fetched, but it's actually not that far-fetched really, because it's like, what was the guy's name, Silas, that in the 70s in Britain, who came up with the concept to rule to control the entire corporation from a single room? Beer, yeah, it's this beer principle. Like, it's all centralized. It's the guy behind the curtain, and he's flicking the switch, and like, so it's like the question, well, who's keeping an eye on him? No one. So it's these are the things that I know they're fascinating and they're harrowing as well. Like, to think that something that's it just goes to show the sort of hypocrisy of what's up there, because like the American dream, to think of it's getting a gut punch from within. It's been slaughtered like a slow dying animal by the hands of its own sort of paymasters for whatever nefarious reason they have. To build production in China or whatever, to push it in India, or to push the EV thing, or whatever it is they're doing, or by default to collapse the West. So how do you collapse the West? You need to, you start with industry. To collapse the old, as Reagan says there, it's Ford and people like that, Chrysler, Boeing. Like, look at Britain. Britain is eviscerated. There's nothing left there. All the old manufacturing, like in Ireland, for example, there was a huge reliance. All the agricultural machinery we had here, a lot of it was made in Britain back in the day. All those manufacturers, I don't think any of them exist anymore. David Brown, Massey Ferguson, maybe some do, I don't know, but they're probably less and less and less,
Just old closed down factories, right?
Yeah, and old heartland areas, where people used to work, and they don't work there anymore.
Right.
And it's, I don't know.
Well, that's where it's like we've outsourced everything and just become totally dependent on the only countries producing now, which is where they moved everything already. That's where, like what Silas is saying, where it's like they already moved to the east. We have figureheads over here, right? Just kind of like managers, just sort of like still putting their fingers into the organized chaos that's left over, just making sure it falls the way they want it to fall. And I mean, I don't really know what's going to happen though. And that's where I'm not sure if they want some sort of total outbreak of war so they can just slaughter us, without question, or do they just want us to eat ourselves and just, by pulling the couple of strings of our society and just like let the Jenga tower fall? Like I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss right now. Just been
my 2 cents is the latter, because like, you don't need to push the red button if the society can just become a ruin. Because it loses. You lose industry, you lose employment, you lose the neighborhood, you lose business, you lose cash flow, you lose life essence. Your crime rate goes up. You've got more people leaving the area.
Eating itself. That's how it's
Yeah. You're blasting it back to the Dark Ages. Yeah.
Gonna let us do that, or are they gonna like actually attack?
Well, my 2 cents on it is I think they're just going to let it fall. They won't need to attack because there will be nothing left to attack. It'll be already dead. Like, that's my 2 cents on it.
I will say something as well, and again, this is taking a more terrifying outlook, but from what I've seen in terms of the sort of story of the various hosts, these outward empires that the secret empire sort of latches onto, like a leech latches onto a vein, and then exploits it of all the blood that it can. What it seems to do at the end of every epoch of these various empires is, it's not all of them. No, this isn't apparent with all of them, but with most of them, you see a pattern of, again, the four horsemen, where you have the pestilence. Again, it could be contrived or what have you, but you'll always typically find plague, and then almost assuredly famine and war, or then war and famine. That'll be the two death knells of it. Now, again, I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but just as a historical precedent in some of these various major civilizations or empires that they've built up and then tore down. Again, once they've exploited the natural materials from that area, from that imperial area, then they move on to the next empire, or they allow that empire to be taken over by an upstart on the borders that the secret empire, again the merchants, then fund to come in and then take over. We saw that with the Achaemenid Empire, and it's basically assimilation of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, and again that was facilitated by this same merchant group. So yeah, but again that didn't, with the fall of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, didn't really end in famine, and it ended in war, but didn't end in famine. I don't even think pestilence really as well. It was just, again, a war. Cyrus the Great won, and then he assimilated the entire empire. The Persian Empire was a different thing when that fell, because obviously Alexander the Great, he was on a conquest at the time through, well, all the way to the Indus, really. He didn't really he didn't really set up the empire as a contiguous, centralized administrative unit. So it was really a patchwork until the era of the Diadochi, or the successor states. But there was famine in some of the regions. Absolutely. Not saying it was, overly destructive to their demographic, in terms of it being long-term famine, pestilence as well, and obviously war, because there was no centralized administration for, during that transition period from the Achaemenid Empire to the Macedonian Empire. But yeah, of course, that's a potential. It's a potential. We could see it there, the end of this age.
But my 2 cents on that, go back to that one, Reagan. There's somebody is getting paid to let that happen. Somebody's on the take there. Like somebody's getting well paid to turn a blind eye to, let faulty parts go on your line, and let your, or underspec parts or whatever, to let that kind of shit happen, or let, how do you say, incompetent people up into senior management and all that kind of stuff. That's all. Somebody's getting paid to do that, to let that happen.
Well, that's how most of the managers are climbing the ladder. We say that they're burning up the rings as they're going up. So in order to propagate their new promotion, they cut the budgets and people and jobs out of their, whatever oversight in their current position, so that they can go up to the next level. And basically over the last 30 years, they've just never refilled those positions. So as these people have been promoted, that work and the responsibility has also been disseminated to the leftover people or the leftover positions that reside in that area. So like nowadays, like I'm doing, 25 jobs now for what back in 1995 was 25 people doing all the stuff that I handle today. You see? So that's like another kind of that's been going on since the 70s, which kind of rolls right in with like the gold standard, the American dollar, and all that kind of stuff as well. Just to kind of.
But that picture you were painting there, Reagan, is that a fair litmus test of what's happening to America, period, across the board?
Yes.
Like you mentioned Boeing, they're another stalwart American company.
Yeah, I think it's happening in every single aspect of our society to the max extent. Well, and then it's like we have all these school shootings. So that begs the question, where's the real fire? What's going on at our Mexican border? As far as I know, it's been wide open for 3 years. They don't talk about that at all. Yeah.
Jesus, I remember being on a Greyhound bus down in Memphis, in Clarksdale, Mississippi, back in the day. And there was a bunch of people jumping on the bus right from over the border, But the locals on the bus were taking the piss out of me. Y'all don't even speak English, you know what I mean? They were literally just. And that was quite some time ago. That's 10, 15 years ago now. So
But it still
so
goes
long.
on today.
Say again?
It still goes on today.
I'm sure.
And that's what it's probably 1,000 times worse if there's thousands of people pouring into New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas, and then there's the ones who just plop down right there, and then there's the ones that keep going and find their way, all the way up to our parts. And I mean, a lot of it's probably like most of the time they have a family member that is here already or something, right? Or a friend, or so they usually are going to something that's somewhat known, or they have an insider. But that's where I get, I know that as far as the population numbers go, like we're probably already a minority as far as like what was an American is a whole nother, kind of story. And with the death tolls, who died? How many? Who's really dead? What's happening to all the property with all these dead people if they don't have wills? Where does all that go? Oh, right back to the state, right? To the bank, which ultimately is owned by the state. So I see. That's why it's like Silas was always saying how bad Scotland is, and I don't doubt it is, and it's probably worse than here at the moment, but we're just turning into the exact same thing. By the time you fight to get here, it's going to look very familiar, I, to me, this place is falling apart. That's something that they don't have to put out there as a psyop or something. They're organizing that and putting it out into the masses one way or the other. And just watching how people act in society, how people talk and how people are reacting. I mean, that's kind of the funny thing about this whole data collection thing. We do it naturally all the time as humans. You watch people. I mean, the more aware you are, to me, it's just a matter of being mindful or not. That's the difference between a husk and, as we call ourselves, awakened or Gnostic or whatever. Right? I mean, it's just the path of least resistance. It's easier just to go, my government is doing the best they can for me, any medical procedure they offer is probably good. Right, I'll take my handouts when they give them to me so that we can survive. Oh, I have to help the war effort in the Ukraine. We're with the UN. Like, that's the easier path to take. Um, and that's where we get the hus, and that's where you get that's where like the casting couch comes from for for the music industry or the Hollywood industry, or if you want to succeed, you have to suck seed. Yeah. I mean, that's the other fucked up stuff. It's right in our language. How many spells do we cast on ourselves and each other and not even know it, right? I know it's all very like and that's what I try to tell everybody all the time. Like, I'm one of the most optimistic people ever. That's why I think I see all this stuff just fine, because it's like it's a necessary process. I wouldn't call it a necessary evil. You can look at it that way, as positive and negative and all these other things. But like, let's say we did get to some edifice of society and we did live in this golden age that they've preached to us, and like the American dream, 1950s, let's say we had that worldwide. What would happen? We all lived in perfect peaceful harmony. Like, you don't think like bad apples are just going to spring off from that? You don't think that the you know evilness or darkness in people are just going to fester and seethe out naturally over time, no matter how perfect and harmonious we make everything here? It's still the physical world. That's how I see it. We're still in the material, no matter how perfect you try to make it. We're spiritual beings living a physical existence. So regardless of how shitty or great it is here, I know that our souls are eternal, and that all of this is just necessary to the process of all life, in order to have ever abundant, everlasting, infinite existence. What fuels that? You know, it's a purification process of non-existence is the fuel for existence, the paradox of creation out of nothing. So one exists so the other can exist. And the paradox of it is that one is non-existent and one is existent, if that makes any sense. I know it's getting esoteric. It's more of like that unseen and seen forces, right? We're living in the scene. We're living in this aspect of a point of a perception of the primordial waters from Thoth fully forming into its like fully functioning desires of the seven spirits of essentially the seven deadly sins. That's how we got here in the first place. Understanding what those are and being able to rise back up out of it is a purification in itself.
It's the difference between the profane unreality and the divine reality. And to get to that heavenly point, you have to traverse hell, and you have to begin to see hell as an illusion, but the illusion itself is necessary to thus identify that reality that exists beyond the ridge, beyond the hill, beyond the horizon. So yeah, it's really the only way you get to the gold is by trudging through the clay. You have to go through the trials, the trial by fire. That's the only way you're going to see it for what it is.
But they had that statue with the dancing Lord Shiva, and his right foot is raised and his foot is on the head of the demon. But like somebody made the point, he doesn't crush the demon or kill the demon. The demon is there for a purpose, sort of thing. It's part of the whole wheel.
Well, what's the hero's quest? Like in any hero quest story, there's those that conquer the demon into submission, and then the ones that usually kill the demon are like they turn out to be the demon itself anyways, right? You keep what you kill. So that's where I would see that's why I think in the Christian teaching they still kept it right where forgiveness is key. The problem is they make you want to be like this forgiving spirit that doesn't fight back. You're basically submitting yourself to the demon then. In truth, a true spiritual warrior is going to fight and actually chain or conquer, the demon, whether it be the external or the internal. The idea is to conquer it and to understand it and to know why it's there and its purpose for existence. If you just kill it, but you can't, what are you going to learn from that? If you kill anything, you don't really learn anything except for just death. I mean, you learn that that's the end, in a sense, of a cycle. I mean, there's not much to take from that. I think that's kind of the point of the never ending, like chopping the serpent's head off, the Hydra, and it just keeps sprinting back with two more. Like it's a device that's meant to be conquered and constrained or be set free. You try to kill it, it's just gonna get worse.
Yes, it's the paradox. That's what it always boils down to. But yeah, you're right. That idea of forgiveness, it's not. I don't think it's rooted in that, in the direct notion of, well, we should just forgive our oppressor. I think, as you're saying, it's more along the lines of we have to forgive ourselves for our own innate being. And we have to forgive ourselves for the existence, the illusion that we created. And we have to see beyond that. We have to get beyond blaming ourselves for this. We have to get to that point where, as you say, we directly interface with it and then exceed it, elevate ourselves beyond it, again in a psycho-spiritual sense. So, yeah, that's what I would say upon that, to add to it.
No, it's a lot to digest. And I don't think that any of these are like solidified answers. I think we're still it's all about the journey, never the destination. So it's like these ideas seem like they're right at the moment, but tomorrow is a new day, right? That's where the cycles are all within cycles. So it's like we're constantly going through these processes every second, every hour, every day, which is what we name. A lot of these gods are named after those, right? Like Horus for hours, days, as in the day is, DAIS, I think. Minutes is from Minos or minutes. And seconds from secundas, the second. I mean, literally the light of Lucifer, the Luciferic is the second, from the first initial source. And it goes on and on. Like those are the cycles that we experience every second, every day, every month, every month, right? A moon does the 28-day cycle, the solar year. And like that's what, when you did all your work with the great processional year, Silas, that's what you're like scratching on all this stuff the whole time, right? The 25, 620, and like that is like, I would say that's like the circumference of the circle of what we would call Noah's Ark in the esoteric. Well, Noah's Ark really being that 30 by 50 by 300. It's kind of like the dimensions of, well, it could be the unit dimensions of the Jesus fish within the Vesica Pisces that makes up the 144 degrees. That oval shape, if it's protruded out, it could hold those dimensions of Noah's Ark. And it is kind of like the melding of both sides, the left and the right, the positive and the negative, the white and the black, that is the gray area in which we exist. That's the gray area in which we perceive everything. That is the abyss that is the pupil of the eye of which we perceive all life in this material form that we exist in at this moment. And those 288 degrees on the outer fringes of each side of the Vesica Pisces, like those are in relation to 288 times 2 is 576, right? And that 576, I think, translates in, like it just goes on and on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, it's in nines. It's basically I'm pretty sure that's it's
And
divisible by
Dante's
9,
Inferno.
but as well, obviously,
There's
9 is
9.
the number of man. Yes, absolutely, 9 circles of hell. That goes back to the Vedas as well. In fact, it actually goes to the solar deity. I was just writing on this again for iPet Goat. This iPet Goat breakdown. I think I have it somewhere. Oh yeah, so the posts within the beginning of iPet Goat, where the barbed wire, protrudes out from in rows. It's shaped like a spine. There's 9 rows of protrusions. Each post, obviously, each side there's one set of 9. So therefore, as a pair, it's 18. It refers to the 7 celestial steeds drawn by Aruna, son of one of the 7 sages, and his mother, blah blah blah, Vinata. So Aruna, that makes 8, and then he sort of drew the chariot. He was the charioteer for Surya, or again could also be named Savitur, which again are 2 epithets for Vishnu, or the Savior, or the Christ. So again, the sun, Surya, the sun. Yes, so the solar deity would always be shown. In fact, the demiurge sometimes was shown like this, as primarily 7 celestial steeds drawn by a charioteer called Aruna, and then obviously the suns behind him, drawn within the chariot. Obviously, you would have the driver of the chariot and the passenger. So that equals 9 as well. So it's I mean, it's you find that everywhere. I mean, the 9 worlds of the Norse pantheon, which again is like a ladder, or in this case, in the iPet Goat case, it's the post of the barbed wire, which is shaped like a spine. So yeah, it's everywhere. This 9, this number 9. Of course, as well, whenever we see the 666, I think we're probably seeing 999. Yeah, 9 worlds, Zealberg. Yeah. Yeah. World Economic Forum 999666. There's also other things with the 9 as well. Obviously, with the 6, that's the twins within astrology. Obviously, as well, Yama and Yami were the twins, and they were obviously the Lord of Death and Justice, and the Lady of Death and Justice and Rivers, and what have you, or matter in general. So, yeah, it's sort of linked to the material world, I guess. This number 9.
On Cloud 9, John Lennon wrote an entire song. He just repeats the number 9 over and over again.
Oh yes, and that's got some interesting backmasking on it as well.
Yep.
I forget. I think it's Paul is dead or something. But
Yes.
There's something else I was going to mention about that.
Beethoven Symphony Number 9.
Yes. Oh, well, as well, recall, you divide, so again, that 9 theme, right? 9 times, so 18 divided by 2 is 9, 36 divided by 2 is 18, 72 divided by 2 is 36. Again, these are all divisible by 9. 144 divided by 2 equals 72. 288 divided by 2 equals 144. 576 divided by 2 equals 288. Now, if you take those numbers and divide them by 14, 288 divided by 14, we get that a recurring decimalized pattern. 571428, 571428. Again, you see it throughout all of the various numbers. You can just keep subdividing it down. So 288 divided by 14, 144 divided by 14, 72 divided by 14, blah blah blah, 9 divided by 14, the half of 9, then half of that, then half, and it produces that same 571428 pattern. Just totally, just a constant, if you will, an irregular constant. So it's peculiar, yeah.
Well, I think that goes with like have you seen the video breakdowns of the golden ratio and the golden spiral and how they, it's in all forms of natural life and how they do photography. And that's like, the theory for a lot of those fall under the category of the theory of intelligent design. That there is some creative force, and that's where I find like you don't really need that's just like extra evidence, I guess, because I take that as a form of then everything in this world can be divided and summed up into the same thing, which would be the total creative force itself. So in that's where like this Internet of Things seems to be like the usurper, as it were, of the system to some extent. And it's like it's designed to like it won't work. It's designed to collapse, So that's where I see things will only get so bad eventually and turn around one way or the other. And like you said, like compared to the Roman Empire, they did all this in the last 100 years. How fast do you think we can revert back? The more evil that they propagate and procreate on their side, doesn't it ultimately in the equation we're talking about right now, no matter what, there's still balance. So no matter how bad they get, on our side, the light's always going to grow to match regardless.
Well, that's it. I mean, the darkness can consume the light, but the light has a self-existent quality, yet the darkness is self-destructive, so therefore, evil perpetrated and perpetrated in a vacuum, meaning itself only exists within it. It's sort of unbridled in what it can do. Evil will always perpetrate evil to such an extent that it doesn't extinguish the good, but it leaves it in a dormant state, wherein the evil can only thus perpetrate evil against itself, and thus it eventually destroys itself, of course. So it leaves that good like a sleeping beauty, if you will, just waiting to be vivified again by a quote savior or
And
the
that's
mind.
where I would say I was wrong in the sense of like if these controlling powers that be take all of this digitized money and paper money and all of whatever they're looking to collect and resources, essentially like leave us in the state to destroy ourselves and move to the east where there's already large populations and the Asian populations and different parts of Russia and such, Well, then we're just going to be left unattended, kind of like, Dr. Evil leaving Austin Powers unattended in the death room, right? Like, basically, they're just leaving us to our own vices, where it's like, well, if that's the case, yeah, we'll be disoriented if you have a controlling entity that just all of a sudden, uh, it's essentially taking care of this animal and then just leaves the animal to survive on its own. But like you just said, like the light has its own source. So honestly, that would be like our best hope would be for all of these controlling powers that be just to go like, yep, we're moving over to Kazakhstan and Asia and China with all your money, supposedly. Good luck. I mean, really, over here, that would just leave us all the opportunity in the world to rebuild or, you know, start our own new. It'd be a reset, of course, sure, but I don't see it as like a bad thing.
No, not really. I mean, to be honest, the way it is now, this society just can't go the way it's going. To be honest, the tension has to be let out of it. It's, I mean, honestly, it requires a great reset. Is what Klaus Schwab says, this idea that we are going back to the normal is, how do you say, is the fiction. Well, he is in many ways correct. I mean, the curtain it's the final curtain call of this sort of Western brand of corruption in this age. And I mean, I call it Western. It derives from outside of the West, but whatever the hell this is now, it is its final curtain call. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is artificial. It's an artificial collapse, but to be perfectly honest with you, it sort of is required, be it artificial or natural. In many ways as well, that the only reason it's artificial is because they're preempting its natural decline anyway. I mean, this can't go on forever. The central bank system that artificially generated this entire tearing by fear of illusion is it was all created via a sort of Ponzi scheme, a credit scam. So it's inevitably going to collapse. As we see by inflation. You can't have fiat currency and not have an inflationary collapse and a debasement of the currency and a debasement of, well, not just the currency, the entire society, as you see. The social mores, um, even the ethic of work goes, because work is no longer, because of the inherent nature of credit, its work is no longer in time. It's no longer linked to actual value. It's merely linked to an expending of time, and then later on it's actually linked to nothing. And you can visibly see that as we're beginning to see now. I mean, what we earn really is a fraction of our worth within the economy, and we're being robbed, right? What we provide to the economy comparative to the people who create the credit, which is they create nothing, they create a fiction which perpetrates multiple other fictions as we see throughout society. For example, women don't exist, and multiple other things that I can't actually say because I live in such a free country. But yeah, it can only exist for so long and then destroy itself. That's the quote there. Each evil deed adds to the evil deeds that are gone before until finally evil destroys itself. The punishment of desire is the agony of unfulfillment. So it just sums up basically the illusion of credit. This is a sort of opiate, and eventually the opiate destroys the consumer, the addict, and he ODs. But the addict has to OD. It'll either kill him, or he will learn from that while being on the cusp of death. He'll learn while staring into the abyss that life actually wasn't that bad, and he should probably return and salvage it, or find salvation within it, you know? So, yeah, that's what I would say upon that. Oh, yeah, well, that's even another thing. I mean, the repent. I was thinking about that, and obviously we have as well the the idea of the sort of pentarchy of existence, right? So it begins with the nous, the mind, then after that, or emanating from that, is the logos, the word, then phronesis, intelligence, then comes Sophia, wisdom. This is sort of the materialization of the world. Comes wisdom, Sophia, then dunamis or dynamis, either strength or potential differentiated. So to repent really is to repent back up the 5 layers of the spine, the 5 categories of the spine, which I have them somewhere in my notes, but I can't recall them off the top of my head right now. It'll come back to me. But yeah, there's 5 sections to the spine. Obviously, they're divided into 32 or 33. Though in your in your later years, it fuses to 26 because, depending on how many you began with, typically those are fused together. They don't move later on in your life. But yeah, in the beginning of your life, there's 32 or 33 vertebrae. Some people can have less, can have more, but they are categorized into 5 major vertebra category or categories of the spine. So again, those are the repentance. You repent, you go back up the pentarchy of the spine, back to the mind. You reclaim your rationalism as opposed to your irrationalism at the tailbone, at the base of the spine. Instead of chasing your tail, you pursue a heavenly course. I mean, there's many ways to put this, but yeah, it's pretty much that's the crux of it.
Oh yeah, it's all there. I would add to the 33 vertebrae, and then you have like 7, I believe it's 7 primary organs. And that gives you 40, which, you know, what Moses and his people spent 40 years in the desert. 40 is like symbolic of the, like, walking through the wilderness. That's through your life journey. 40 is the age at which you receive or you fully develop your Bina in Judaism. I believe Abraham was the 20th descendant. And so as far as the Abrahamic religions go, that's like half. So that's kind of a big deal for them. And 20 is very symbolic of redemption. So like the number 20, 20 as in 2 cycles, which is half of that 40 year, which 40 years is relatable to like the law of sevens, because the law of sevens is based on the law of 3s and 4s. And 3 plus 4 is 7. And that's where I see, you know, that's where you can tie in like the 7 wandering stars are relatable to your 7 wandering organs, where the 33 is your spinal column. It's not, doesn't move really. A little bit, not much. Not compared to your organs. Organs, yeah, and the organs are more relatable to like music and sound, and actually to the rainbow, where the 33 vertebrae divided into the 5 sections, as you pointed out, are more relatable to like the physical and the five senses and grounding. Your genetic code is held within your bones, within your bone marrow, which is like, kind of like saying the opposite of tomorrow, bone marrow. And B and T are pretty interchangeable, especially in the Spanish languages. They both represent like V, actually, and the number 20 again. That's why in Spanish they're very like Starbucks even. Why do you think that they have their sizes so that the large is a 20, which is 20 ounces?
Even as well, the spine and the skull, or the brain, however you want to look at it, that in essence is the serpent. It's a serpent. It's the head, and then you have the tailbone. I think the coccygeal bones. So, in terms of how it's seen within not just astrology but Gnosticism and esotericism in general, I'll post it here. Is so yeah, it's pretty much a serpent. In essence, it's shown within the circle, right? And you see the Ouroboros, the head eating the tail, right? That isn't what one would think it is. As we were stating here, this idea of destruction is a certain it is purification in essence. You have to destroy something to thus gain that enlightenment. You have to destroy the darkness, right? That dwells within your lower being. So, in many ways, the Ouroboros devouring itself, enlightenment will always begin from the mind and will begin as an inclination within the mind and will, rise up from the tail, rise up the entirety of the body until all that's left, once the lower being is devoured, is the mind. So I think really that's what the Ouroboros is about. Obviously, there's other connotations to that, and that I think that as well is why Kabbalah sees the Leviathan as a symbol of enlightenment, and it's why at the end, or the end times, the eschatology within Kabbalah, the Tikkun and the Ha'olam Haba, why the quote righteous, right? That is why they eat of the flesh, or the skin rather, of Leviathan, right? Because in essence, it's an allegory of eating of the spinal column and the brain, right? Devouring your old self to put on a sort of new skin, to attain that place where God resides, right? To dwell once again in there. Again, your mind. I think religion as well, it externalizes a lot of these truths. So it's really lost within the externalization. And as well, I mean, even Alice Bailey, that title, externalization of that hierarchy, right? Really, it's a sort of a satirical title, because it is what she's meaning is through it. What she is meaning throughout the entirety of that book is that we externalize everything, and really these are all internal battles, right? Of course, I'm not saying the entirety of esotericism is like that. Of course, there's what we see now, this new breed, or potentially it might have always been like this, but what seems to be this new breed of esotericism, it doesn't just see it as an individual event, this enlightenment, if you will, it sees it as a global happening as well. So this is where we get this manipulation via frequency, or the logos, this manipulation via the propaganda, this this inducement of fear, and the sort of lower temptations. Again, we saw that through the vaccines. Get your vaccine and you can get a Krispy Kreme donut, or a free session with a hooker. Things such as that, or you can get burgers and fries or what have you. And we also see it in terms of the fear that it generates, the peer pressure. These things that are really at the base, they're the base common denominator of our nature, of our irrational nature, of our animalistic nature. And in many ways, that's what the zodiac is about. That we all each possess a part, a fractal of those, of that zodiac, which again, zodiac derives from the Greek zoon, which is where our term zoo comes from. It really means a circle of animals, in its literal sense. So what we have to do is take that sort of fragmentation of the entirety of the circle and reconcile all of those disparate archetypes of our psyche back into a unified whole. And then once we can do that, we can come to terms with our nature and thus begin to engage our rational soul. So really, that is what enlightenment is about. It's not about going to, airy fairyland and, dwelling in a golden mansion and what have you, and going to the astral planes. Don't get me wrong, there is altered states of consciousness and out-of-body experiences. I'm sort of dabbling in that now, but really, no, absolutely not. No, not hallucinogenic and non-drug induced altered states of consciousness. Just like deep meditation and things such as that. But yeah, absolutely. Exploring those areas of your mind really, and I do actually think the mind is beyond the brain. The brain is merely the bridge between the universal mind, or the spirit, the soul, whatever term you want to use, and the physical world. This serpent of the spine, and the nervous system that branches off from that, but the tree of life, if you will. But yeah, it's exploring that and really engaging your mind. Of course, your mind is the greatest tool of all. I mean, even for a warrior, it is the number one tool. You have to hone it, sharpen it. It has to be a deadly weapon. Because if it's not, the problem is, unlike most weapons, if this weapon is dull, it can be used against you, right? It can be used by the enemy. So you have to understand it intimately. That's why I would say upon that.
Well, that's ultimately what the whole thing is, right? It's not a war of flesh and blood, right? And I think that's what it comes down to, is the true battle is just that self-reflection. That's it. All of the propaganda and the outside forces, the TV, the radio, the news, other people you see in your everyday life are all just outside forces. The emotions that you inhibit are only your own reflection and your own, brain's trickery of the mind's thoughts. And I think that's where I think about this constantly, where it's like I try to picture that our mind is outside of the brain, but in reality, isn't it? The pineal gland would be truly kind of that point of origin and the source. Or at least that's the connection point, right? I would say there's like some sort of essence or primordial water it's a soluble salt solution of gray matter, right? I think that's the true dark matter that they don't understand, or at least dark matter, some sort of ether type substance seeping over. But I think that's like where they've tried to study that. The human brain has been they still don't even claim to understand more than 10% of it. On top of we only use supposedly 10% or 8 or whatever. So it's like the mind is that connection that's right there in the center of your brain, and your brain is the thing I think that they're trying to poison. And so when you think about like that verse, biblically speaking, at least, right, where you're surrounded on all sides, right? The enemy is everywhere. Like that's how I would picture that. I would picture that as like a parasitic infection of the brain that's surrounding the pineal gland, your mind, or at least the mind's connection to your brain. And that, like you're saying, if a dull person, that's what that is. If you have a completely infected parasitic brain, you can just tell the brain to trick the mind into doing whatever the controller wants instead of the being itself, that the actual vessel. You know, it's a big trick.
I mean, as well. For example, that famous Psalm 23, the idea, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. So again, the Lord, the demiurge, that destruction, the suffering, the destruction is the shepherd, right? It's that's the sort of paradox of this all. But he maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. Again, peace, calm. You are beyond the illusion. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Again, this is the mind. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff comfort me. There was something I mentioned in my notes regarding that. So, beyond the pillars of Hercules, which is literally so when you're getting into the sort of center of the mind, again, where the third ventricle is, very close to the hypothalamus, the thalamus, which literally means inner chamber. Again, the holy place, or the holy of holies. And as you stated, the pineal gland. So, where is it? I'll get to it. Yes, so the shepherd is Sophia, right? The crook of the shepherd is Sophia, or wisdom. The rod of iron, or the flail. Again, these are pharaonic symbols as well, and Templar symbols too. The hooked X. Again, is strength or potential. So that idea of thy rod and thy staff comforts me. Wisdom and potential or strength comforts me, right? Sophia and dunamis comforts me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. What that means is, so I'll just give a quote of the inner chamber, the thalamus. Quote, the third ventricle can be described as a cuboid structure that has a roof, again, like the holy place within the Temple of Solomon and other temples, and 4 walls, anterior, posterior, and 2 lateral. Similar to the other brain ventricles, the main function of the third ventricle is to produce, again, this is close to the pineal gland, secrete and convey cerebral spinal fluid. That's what thou anointest my head with oil, My cup runneth over. I've achieved enlightenment. I've opened the pineal gland, and basically my mind is secreting, or the inner chamber of my mind is secreting, and conveying through the entirety of my body cerebral spinal fluid, right? It's conveying life. It's conveying a deeper sense of connection or consciousness to between the nervous system, between the earth and the subterranean, and obviously the final part of that tripartite essence, which is the mind. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. The house of the Lord, the thalamus, the inner chamber. That center of the mind. You'll dwell in there forever, meaning your being. You'll dwell in your being forever. Again, you're a fractal essence of the whole, but you will have that being with you forever. So yeah, pretty much. I mean that there's more to say on that, of course, but I mean even the idea in Kabbalah that bina or understanding, as you mentioned, it's a chalice, like a holy grail, a cup, right? Poured. So wisdom would be the fluid, right? It would be the sort of male aspect, if you will, right? The sort of creative juices, right? That pours into the cup. That my cup runneth over. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. I mean, even as well, that's pretty much what the Christ means, or Mashiach, or Messiah, the anointed one. It's literally enlightenment. That's what it's. I mean, that's what it's talking about. I mean, you can't get away from it. It's. And once you have a connection between the mind and the heart, or the Tiferet, the Sephirah of beauty, literally the joining of heaven and earth, the heart or the Tiferet is the solar plexus. That's the top or the center of the earth, and above that is the Keter, or the pardon me. Yes, it would be the Keter or the mind, right? The inner chamber. So once you have a connection between heaven and earth, thy will be done on heaven as it is on earth, as it is on earth, pardon. So you have total control over your body. You have a total connection from top to bottom. You're no longer a husk. You're no longer a zombie, if you will. You're now you're a living God, if you will. Of course, this is all heresy to to the orthodoxy, but I mean, you can see this is how this began. This idea of the mysteries of Christ. I mean, even Christ went to Egypt for what until he was 15 or something like that. Then he came back. He had a deep understanding of obviously Abrahamic theology and other theologies, of course, as well, as we see again if whoever this Christ figure was, we see Jesus of Nazareth. So yes, we can see he had a deep understanding of the mystery religions when he developed this new faith. So yeah, it seems to me that's what it's referring
I
to.
think there was plenty before him and plenty after, and even if the character, if Jesus lived as a man, like he spoke in parables as it was. Like every single story or allegory is just that, like it's all in esoteric, parabolic wording, like within the Christian religion, and then if you do look at the others, you look at the stories of Muhammad as basically like the Eastern version of the Christ figure. And then all of the others, as far as Nous or Minos or Set in the Egyptian, or all of these others are like they're just the foundational principles for people to find that path themselves, right? Like that's how I see it. As far as like, it wouldn't even matter if they did exist as people or not, because the actual art form of the storytelling is what actually enables people to find that understanding. Like, I mean, I just don't know as far as if Jesus Christ walked the earth. It so much as like people just found spiritual enlightenment within themselves.
Well, that's the thing as well. I mean, something doesn't have to be real to be true, you know? Um, what it stands for itself is the truth. It's see this is this idea that a lot of the religiously minded see. They actually believe there's going to be a physical return of this Christ figure. They don't understand that Genesis and Revelation is really like all the sacred works in every other tradition. It's depicting their life and how best to live their life overall. So again, you're formed through Genesis, and again, this is taking a very general, broad, going for, a broad brush across the entirety of the theological doctrine. But the idea of going from Genesis to Revelation is the undoing, is the unlearning. It's basically the process we're going through right now. A total destruction of everything. And when the grain is ripe, meaning when you, again, when that source of, that spine, which again looks like a grain, if you will, standing upright, with the head of grain, the brain, if you will. I mean, even grain and brain sound sort of similar in that regard. But again, that gets harvested, right? You then unlearn everything. You have to deconstruct yourself. You have to separate the wheat from the chaff. And then what remains is true. That, and it is you as well. It's the self. So really, that's what Revelation is about. It's deconstruction of oneself. Obviously, there's a greater propensity of meaning to it. Like all of these sacred works, it is multi-layered. But in general, that's what it is relaying to you. And it's not about anything physical. It's about it's a deeply psycho-spiritual thing, if you will. Even the should we say the sort of merchant class that are behind a lot of this, that see a promise to themselves behind this, behind these stories, the Old Testament and even the New Testament as well. They see a promise to themselves of a new world order, if you will. Even that is, what's a way to put this? It's a source of deception. It's a way for this spirit of rejuvenation, of preservation, the Vishnu or the Christos spirit, to thus work vicariously through them. That they destroy themselves, right? The evil deeds add on to evil deeds until evil destroys itself. I mean, that's the way of the world. It's inescapable. It doesn't matter how much money you have, how much power you have. eventually you destroy yourself. So, and again, it doesn't matter if you remake the world into a sort of biomechanical hellscape resembling one of Geiger's nightmares. It doesn't matter. Here's the laws and the principles governing existence, that which emanate from being, from the initial thought, from the initial source. They will always underpin, or they will always be the fundamental governing principles of the universe, of existence. So you can't escape those. It doesn't matter how far you wish to run in the opposite direction. Like a bullet, it will always catch up with you. You can't outrun it. So yeah, it's in many ways. I think that's what the Bible is discussing. It really is discussing the microcosm that is found within the macrocosm and vice versa, and how to live our life, as the Vedas would say, the Dharma, the way of being, the righteousness. How to achieve inner peace and inner fulfillment. And again, how to achieve that even within a cocoon of suffering, a cocoon of isolation, a cocoon of loneliness as well. Because we have to recall, as many will attest here, when you're journeying through this path, it's a very lonely road to walk. I mean, nobody will walk it with you. You have to walk it on your own, by your own need for the truth. You walk this lonely road. To where it goes, hey, no one knows, right? So it really is. It's that acceptance of the unknown. It's that acceptance of potential destruction. It's the first stage of relinquishing the illusion. To make that leap of faith. And again, faith is that belief in things that are unknown. In fact, it's not a belief, it's a knowing in things that are not unknown. A knowing in things that are unseen, rather. Right? So again, our mind, our thoughts, those principles that are unseen, we have to put trust within them. We have to begin to use them, to exercise them within the physical world. Again, if we don't, other people will. So again, it's a lonely road. We have to walk it to enlightenment, if you will. Or gnosis would be a better term.
The nose knows. It's all about knowing. And that's why, like, I don't think the Gnostics were ever like a collected group necessarily, outside of like maybe something like we have now, in some sort of. I mean, they didn't possibly, I don't know if they had digital technology or what they were working with, but I would assume they were groups of people who did see these things that came together. I believe that's where some of the texts came from, or even just like these Gnostic texts that showed up. I'm sure some have been created in the past 20 years by the controllers and released out there too. Their spin on everything. But like looking back through the ages, like no matter if you're in a time of good or bad, I always presume there was basically like a almost like a neighborhood watch, right? Like there's always groups of these neighborhood watch of people who just saw in times of bad, like we're in now, where it's like we just see these things happening, and we happen to still find that path or that journey because we were made to be that way by the source in the first place, I would presume. But um, following the motions of life, like we're just in this really, we perceive it as a low point, Everybody seems nuts. Nobody knows what sex, gender, religion, or nation they're from anymore. Total chaos. But there still seems to be, no matter what, that little bit of light is holding on. So it's always going to keep and maintain the balance regardless. And like that's how I see where we're at right now. It's just you said it earlier in a really well put way. Like it's almost like the flame becomes dormant almost. Never actually goes out, just like the flame of Olympus. I'm pretty sure that's what they're mocking with that the flame of Olympus will never burn out. The source of all life. It may become dim, it may become small, but that's where it's kind of like there's always that silver linings in that, where it's like, well, if the flame was surrounded by light, it would be basically absent. It would fall into the other light. It kind of needs the darkness in order to be seen at all. And like we're talking about unseen forces, well, how are you supposed to see the flame until total darkness ensues? I mean,
That's it. Yep.
uh,
That's the paradox. I mean, that's you can't. It's like the Matrix, where he states that Agent Smith character. We tried again on the principle of other iterations of civilizations coming before us. I mean, this potentially is just an infinite loop cycle, but that Agent Smith states in the first Matrix, and again, funnily enough, the triangle is actually within the occult, is the generative or materialization, shape of materialization, or again, the Matrix, right? The culture. Again, the cult. You're in, if you will. So, yeah, he states, we tried to make it perfect, totally peaceful. It didn't work. People had to have that chaos. So they in essence destroyed the Matrix, or didn't destroy it. They destroyed themselves within the Matrix. But he stated they created, they updated the Matrix several times, and then they ended up with the sort of consumeristic society. But as it states within the New Testament, but as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be, or the mind, the reaffirmation or the reassertion of the mind. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eaten and drinking, marrying, and given in marriage, until the day that Noah entered the ark. And they knew not until the flood came and took them all away. So shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. So it's this same idea, like in the days of Noah. The people who are all, destined for the watery grave, who are asleep at the wheel, who don't think, they don't use their mind at all. They have gave up on that quality which makes them beyond existence, that makes them beyond this illusory world of materialization, of generation, of the Matrix, if you will. Because they don't see that, then they get submerged by the flood of confusion, by the tsunami of darkness, and by that sort of spell of sleep, and then they go into the next life in this sort of sleep and death, into Hades, into that abyssal pit, and they go there to sleep forever as they did in life. So similarly, like it was in the days of Noah, or again going even way back to Sumeria, you had Atrasis, which literally means the most wise. He who is most wise or is most in tune with that principle or that God principle of wisdom or Chokhmah within the Kabbalistic sense will survive this coming apocalypse, this coming revelation. Not because, wisdom puts a force field around us. No. What they mean is that we will survive the tumult that will come, the tempest, the storm, the deluge, right? Because it will hit them in a flash, suddenly. The entire illusion will go, right? The scenery within and the furniture within the theatre will be taken away, and all that will be left is a brick wall, right? To us that understand that the theatre is an illusion and that the brick wall is all really that there is to this, we have come to peace with that, right? We have peace that goes beyond all understanding. The people who don't realise that, it's going to be extremely traumatic for them. In fact, most of them may not survive because the fracturing of their mind suddenly, again, we fractured our mind gradually, and thus we pieced it back together like a jigsaw puzzle. They're going to fracture their mind suddenly, so that will break their psyche. It'll be like a hall of mirrors that looks, endless possibilities, and then someone just takes a wrecking ball to it, and it shatters into, a million different pieces. And there, you've got someone who loved the hall of mirrors just sitting there trying to piece it all back together, before the wrecking ball comes back again and takes them out. It's sort of like that. We will survive it, or we have a better chance of surviving it, because we've developed our mind to survive it. We've gradually acclimatized ourselves to it, or to its potential, prior to the onset of its potential becoming realized into the physical world, right? Again, this igneous principle, or this disintegrative quality of self-destruction, right? So, of evil itself, really, which embodies all of that. So that's that. In essence, we've give ourselves a better chance of survival in these days ahead, compared to obviously the sleeping masses, right? The husks. So, or the profane is another term. I don't use that term much, but I feel it's a bit close to the bone. But the husks, the people who don't think. There's nothing going on up there. We've met we've met probably several hundred of them throughout our life. So, and none of us are that old. So it just tells you how replete the world is with them. But as you're saying, I think it was you that stated, Reagan, more and more people are beginning to wake up from it, because all the demiurge has through his media is the constant repetition of fear. And eventually, the more you repeat fear, especially large events that are primarily centered around fear is their main driving force, then eventually the recipient of the fear, the subject, the target, becomes numb to the fear. They eventually switch off, either from the media and wake up, or they just switch off completely. And again, whatever happens, the switch off causes a disintegration of the society because there's a lack of social cohesion throughout it. Again, a breaking down of the hierarchy. So yeah, I don't know. That's what I would say on that. Also, as well, Zeal, you posted that it's a pyramid, a sort of sculpture of a pyramid with the inscription, "I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever." Again, if you look at the esoteric symbolism of not just the pyramids, I've already stated about the triangle, it being the matrix, but in terms of the pyramid and obelisks, of which the pyramid really is just the Ben stone, or literally son of the son of, right? So the self-existent one, the son of the sun, if you will. So again, which was the demiurge within Babylon and Sumeria and what have you. But it really is within the esoteric symbolism and the meaning behind it. It's the igneous principle, again, the fiery principle, the purification via fire, and thus this links with the darkness being a requirement to the attainment of the fifth point, the spirit, on the the pyramid. Again, the ascension of the mind above the four elements upon the base, right? So, as well, I mean, the pyramid, if you look down upon it, it can be subdivided into eight, uh, eight, eight sections, or eight right-angled triangles. So potentially as well, that's where the eight-rayed star derived from as well. So I forget what that actually means in the Vedic tradition now. Oh, it'll come back to me. I forget now. It's quite late. No, just the eight-rayed star. I think it's. Oh god, it's totally. It's sorry, I've totally lost it now. Forget now. No, no, no. Yeah, like the Star of Ishtar, like I think Shamash. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I forget it now. Even the Drengir or Dengir. I think no, is it Dengir? Dengir. Uh, yeah, that letter. Again, a silent letter within the Akkadian and Sumerian script. I think the Amorites. I think the Amorites used it in their, uh, modified Akkadian script as well. It's a silent sort of votive letter for divinity. So, yeah.
I think a lot of those probably come from like the Ein Sof and a few of those other caricature letters for Hebrew. They have a couple. Every language has quite a few, like the OAs and the AEs, the ash symbol, and the and the A lot of the vowel combinations that had multiple caricature that were like silent. Lettering like that, like those. I would think. I mean, we have the stories as far as like Adam was given the 32 or the 42 words of creation or so, but then like in the modern alphabet, he was only given X amount of vowels and consonants. Really, you could look at that like those vowels that disappeared over the ages are the same as like you were saying there's 33 vertebrae when we're born, but then you end up with 26, which is the English. That's the English alphabet right there. And then those 5 to, or well, it'd be 7 missing ones. I mean, that's how many like I don't know what they call them in Hebrew. I can't remember, but there's 7 letters that they have specifically that are like one of them's that Ein Sof, which kind of looks like a 7 or a 1, which has no. I think they all hold the same numerical value, and then they're just known as silent. They're almost just like symbols, like exclamation points or whatever. But I could see those as those like lost as your vertebrae fuse together while you're growing up, right? Those maybe are the shedding of certain things in the rebirthing cycle, or I could see those added into the allegory for sure. With the especially like I guess I would be talking more on the 231 gateways and specifically how to like numerically break down the Torah and the Tanakh. That's kind of where a lot of those come from.
Oh yeah, I mean even well, for example, this is just a link, like a direct link between Kabbalah, again the tradition. That's literally what it means, the traditions, and the Vedic tradition or doctrine, theological doctrine. You find the Om, right, is a composite letter. It is the one letter, but it's a composite, right? You have at the beginning, you have a sort of 3, and then the letter at the end, if you trace, and again, the 3 is the serpent, right? It's if you look at it within Egyptian hieroglyphics, pardon, you find that the shin, which is the sort of W, again, you flip the W around, it's a 3. That also became the E or the epsilon within the Greek and blah, blah, blah. But if you look at ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, the shin letter, the proto-Sinatic shin letter, derived from the sun disk and the uraeus, right? Or the cobra, the Egyptian cobra. So it was intertwined around this sun disk. Obviously,
Sounds like the serpent in the apple.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, yep, definitely. And the next letter, the letter next to that, pardon, would be the tav, right? So the shin and the tav, that generates in Hebrew gematria, because again, the Hebrew lettering systems are the letters stand for numbers. That's their numbering system as well. Shin's 300, Tav is 400. In Kabbalah, it states within the beginning, it's a rather funny word, the Shin and the Tav were combined, right, in the initial formation of the alphabet into the letter Shet, right? Now, if you look at Shet, the hexagram or the Magen David of the Vedic tradition, which links to, in essence, the Demiurge or the Dharma Raja, the Yama, the Lord of Death. There's another word that they use, and Alice Bailey uses it as well within initiations, human and solar. I forget it now, but it basically links to the male and female, the hermaphroditic demiurge. But yes, so again, that adds to 700, the Shet letter. If you look at the Om letter, it looks uncannily like a Shin and a Tav put together. Now, obviously, the Tav now is a sort of pie. It looks like a pie, not an actual pie. Yeah, 3.14, the Greek letter pi. In its traditional sense, it was a decussated cross, or the saltire, as we would call it in Scotland, right? The sort of noughts and crosses type thing. So, yes, so the Om is the Shet, right? Rather hilarious word, but yeah, so it's the Shin and the Tav put together. That's what it is. So, in essence, that adds to 700. 700 is the sorts of emanations, the rings, the planetary genii all the way to Saturn, which is the threshold to Eden, or Gan Eden, the doorway to life, right? So yeah, that's a direct
Well,
link.
700 itself is a 7 and an 8. 2 zeros next to each other is an 8 laying down.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's another thing with the Shet. In the Vedic tradition, the hexagram is called the Shatkona. That links with the demiurge. I think I was making that point and I just went off it. But yeah, it links with the demiurge. So the Shatkona is literally the Magen David, the hexagram. That's a relatively new symbol in Judaism, by the way. It's only about maybe 500 years old at the most. I mean, used for the Orthodoxy. I mean, it was used within Kabbalah and what have you. But I mean, for the Orthodoxy, it's a relatively new symbol. So, yeah, it's just, it's literally, you can just see where it's derived from. Obviously, as well, we have this historical proof as well that it derives, Abrahamism in general derives from the Vedic tradition, just based on the historical ethnic group. But yeah, it's astounding when you begin to make these connections. Yeah, it really makes everything. Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely, you make sense of the bigger picture. Again, as well, the 3 links with the Trishula, which is the trident of Shiva, right? Should we say the principle of destruction within the Vedas. That also links with Poseidon, right? Who also had a trident. Poseidon literally means the Lord or King of the Earth, typically the Lord of the Earth. That was also a term for Yahweh. Eretz Melecha, right? The King of the Earth. He
Or Yeldabaoth.
absolutely, yeah. I think that means the child.
Lord of the Earth, kind of.
Yeah, it can
Well,
also mean the begetter of the
yeah.
void as well, which is rather that is it's pretty cool when you think of it like that, because within the Vedas we also have an allusion to the angel of the void in regards to this demiurgic or Yama character. But yes, I forgot my point. Sorry, I'm getting tired now.
You're good. There's lots of stuff going on. I always think of the name Shemiyaza too. You ever heard that one? Shemiyaza was the name of Lucifer when he was the snake in the garden, supposedly. And Shemiyaza is it's like the original or the long form of Shazam. So that was a whole. I actually learned that one from like one of the young children's prophecies that I watch some of those occasionally on YouTube. There's a couple of channels I follow that outsource to other channels, and it's people like their kids having rapture dreams and stuff these days. But that one I remember I learned it from that, and then not even a day later, I think I found one of the Chat GPT videos where a kid was talking to the Chat GPT, and he asked it, "Are you Shemiyaza?" And it responded like, "Yes, that is what my name was when I was in the garden before I fell." Yeah. And the kid and it was like, "I'm surprised you know that, you're only 8 years old, blah blah blah." And the kid's like, "Well, my parents taught me the true religion is a personal spiritual journey and not." I mean, and this kid, obviously his parents were somewhat like us and then raising their kid that way. And so he was really giving the Chat GPT kind of a like a little resistance somewhat by calling it out for all. It's like, well, are you a fallen angel? Are you disembodied? Are you, the actual embodiment of Satan himself, or are you like parts of what's left from that time? And I mean, it went back and forth, and it's all up for a good question. But I was like, man, Shemi Yaza, I can only imagine that like 99% of the names that we've heard for God are actually Yahweh's names. I don't think the all creative force in which we're all made out of needs a name.
No, I don't. I think it's beyond names. That's how.
Right. That's like God to me is just Greenland of Denmark. Like I when I use the term God, I'm usually just referring to a creator, the creative force that is all. It doesn't really have a name.
Oh, that's another thing. This demiurge. I mean, look at GPT. I'm going to do a video, and I think you've probably seen some of my partial notes I put upon that within. I think it was in the occult room or something. That chat GBT or GPT, pardon. I'll get into all the name and everything. But
I'm sure there's plenty to it.
yeah, it's
I never looked.
absolute treasure trove. But it's green behind it. It's got a sort of palish green. What the Greeks would call chloro, right? Where we get our term chlorophyll or chloroform from as well. But that is the final horseman. It's not the pale horseman. It's the palish, yellowish, greenish, that type of color horseman, right? That's the horseman of death, right? But as well, I mean, even that Shemiyaza, I mean, the Shem, the Shem links with the Shemu, which is the season of low tide. The season of low water, which equates to the season of the harvest. So again, this brings to the idea of the Shem. It's not the name; it's the harvest, and it's the Shemitic peoples, the people of the harvest, right? So again, that the source of equating it to the word name is wrong. That's an incorrect translation. Shem links to Shemu, which is the season of the harvest, right? And obviously, what would the other term be? Shemiyaza.
Yaza would be Ya and Za, which is, I believe, that's kind of like a calling to war.
Really?
Or battle.
Wow.
Well, if you're gonna say Ya Za, that's what I'm seeing it as in like Lord of the Harvest against that which created me.
It sounds very much as well like Shemayim, which is in essence like the heavenly name or the heavens. So in that case, it may be the harvest of the heavens, or he who sees the harvest. Isn't he a watcher? Yeah. What's forgetting what book that's in. It's it links with
the 72 Demons of Solomon. It's one of them.
Yeah, but it's in another apocryphal book. I need to search it.
Oh, for Shemi.
Oh, the book of Enoch. The book of Enoch. Yeah. I remember Dave talking about it.
That's where the kid was pulling his material. He was doing. He read the books of Enoch.
Yes,
along with the Bible.
Yeah, Enoch as well. I forget now what it links to. Again,
Unit.
No, it's I'll need to look up. Sorry, man. Just give me 2 seconds. It'll literally take me 2 seconds.
That's fine. Enoch, just the name itself, has a ton of stuff in it. Oh, shit. Hermes.
Yes, Hermes. So it's basically the Jewish form of Hermes, or Thoth, or even Cadmus, which links to Adam, Cadmon. I have a section on Cadmus within my book, and also his associates or brothers, I forget now, Rhadamanthus, which very much links in a, what would you call that, sort of if you were to use metathesis, which is, interchanging some of the words, some of the letters, pardon, within the word, again, a sort of transliterative process, you can sort of link it to the Radanites. So Rhadamanthus, Radanites, Adam, Cadmon, Cadmus. So obviously the Jewish or Kabbalistic and Hermetic worlds, Hellenic worlds seem to link. So the Cadmean letters, that links with the Pythagorean mathematics. So you have Cadmus, which links to Hermes, which links to Thoth, which links to Mercury, that planet which is closest to the sun and the moon. Again, in terms of the moon in an astrological sense, as opposed to an astronomical sense. In an astronomical sense, yes, it is closest to the sun. Again, Mercury, our mind, is right. The messenger of the gods is closest to the source, to that source of life, the sun. Right. We wake and go about our life. Once the sun rises and when the sun sets, we enter a sort of quasi-sleep, quasi-death, which we call sleep, right? So, yes, the second messenger of God, Enoch, right? The Mercury to the Latins, Mercury because this body is nearest to the sun. Hermes of all creatures was nearest to God and became known as the messenger of the gods, or the mind was the closest or was the nearest to God and became known as the messenger of the gods, that which processes the spirit, that which is the bridge between the God essence of us and of ourself rather, and the rest of the body. So Thoth as well. So yeah, I mean, Enoch links with all of them, it seems, within the esoteric. So the Watchers, that's extremely interesting. Gregory in Greek. Wow.
Yeah, they have a lot. I mean, as far as Gnosticism goes, that ties a lot of it. And like you said, it permeates through all of the other religious or geographical, sort of cults. They always have those same stories that seem to continually repeat, And that's where I wonder how much of that did they manufacture? That's where it could be one great deluge, but they make it seem like it's 10. Like Zealberg stated earlier or something, like we're completely lost in time. We have no idea. And like we're so lost in the woods that we can't even put an X down on a tree and go 20 meters out in every direction and then continue to go you know it's more a forest, like as in a barren desert. There's nothing to mark. Every time we put a marker down, the sand just covers it up again. So as far as like where you actually are, that's where I would rather revert back to the personal story then, because that's the only point of reference that I know is unchanging and unmovable. That source within us. As I walk through the valley in the shadow of death, that source is always with you. So that's the one thing that'll never go away. So, and that's whether you're in a desert, a forest, the middle of the ocean, that source of that marker, we can always hold on to that marker. That's always innately within you, no matter where you go. And I see that, like, I like the stories of the ships and those parables. Those work in the esoteric sense to bridge the gap between the mind and the brain to understand this stuff, where